Good morning and welcome to the Regional Emergency Operations Center. I'm Eric Thompson. Thank you very much for joining us. This is your EOC update for Wednesday, August the 12th at just after 9 o'clock. We are recording, but we're also live on YouTube. It has been a very busy few days since the wildfire broke out, the Bald Range wildfire K51490. So it happened on Friday, discovered just after 5:30 local time p.m. And as you know, it has been a real roller coaster over the last little while. We have been live here on YouTube, and we have been putting out information on our website, on the Emergency Operations Center website, which is also the website for the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen, the RDOS, rdos.bc.ca. We've been putting out information and we'll continue to put out information. And now, as we know, because this wildfire is very much active, we'll be continuing with information as often as we can. This live stream, as it has been pretty much all day with off and on visits from me and others, will likely only continue in this format for the next day or two. And then what we'll do is provide a more focused update. And that could look like a couple of things. Possibly just leaving the live stream open and then coming in when we can, or just stand by for 1 second. Hi there, is that Alan G?
It is indeed. How are you doing, Eric?
Very good. Are we live on the air?
We are, and am I live on your stream?
You certainly are. And I was actually, if you don't mind, this might be helpful for your listeners. I was just saying that we're going to continue our live stream in this format for the next couple of days. But as things move forward, due to the fact that we can't always be here, and we will be focusing more on updates at, say, 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 6 o'clock, that type of thing. But in the short term, our big updates will be at 2 and 6 o'clock here on the live stream.
All right, that's good to know. And Eric, just want to say again for listeners, it's Eric Thompson with the RDOS, and just hats off to you, Eric, because I know this is a crazy time, but just your demeanor and answering questions, because sometimes with everything going on, it might be easy to kind of lose it a bit. And I've seen some of the comments. You're addressing a lot, but we need some calm voices, and you're doing a great job. So I think all of us appreciate that.
Thank you. I will take that as a reminder not to lose it, to be polite. I'm always fairly polite. I've trained for this all my life. I've been doing this since I was quite young, and in different formats. So this wasn't something that I intended to do at any point. But I go back to what happened is 5:30-ish on Friday. When I heard about this wildfire, I started posting from home just to get information out. What we always do is say we're aware of a wildfire. We've activated the Emergency Operations Center. And then I came in here and then I got a briefing. And I heard people are trapped. The fire is big. And I said, let's go on with a live stream. Because why wouldn't we? Live information, just get it out there. Because posting an information release, even a social media post, it's what I call clunky. It's good. It's a part of the whole picture. But because things are moving so fast and there's so much information, and in this case, we had to get people out, and I knew they were already being tactically evacuated, which means that there were police, RCMP, and search and rescue asking people to leave, and people were leaving themselves, that we needed to be a source of real information, and we've kind of kept it going.
And that, you know what, Eric, for people who don't know, that you started streaming as you were leaving Summerland, and so this, I mean, how are you? Because this all impacts you as well.
Well, I'm doing all right. I'm so lucky, and I don't want to get into my personal details, but we have a place to stay. We had a family who we're friends with, and I can't wait to sit down with them and thank them and tell them how important it's been. If my family wasn't safe and comfortable, I don't think I'd be able to do this. I mean, it would be, and that's another thing too. What I'm doing is a very small part of this. It's providing information, hopefully some comfort and some conversation. That's important. But the people who are out there on the front lines, including volunteers who are helping at the reception center, that's where it's difficult. Can you imagine being a firefighter and your home is impacted or your family's impacted, but you know that that's your job and you're out there fighting the fire? That to me I would use the word heroic. That's a big thing to be doing. I am fortunate, but at the same time, I'm going to remind myself, and people keep reminding me, and I'm doing it. So I don't want people to be worried about me. Hydrate, take a mental health break, and people like yourself as well. You're hearing and talking about it all the time. We all need to take a break, and I know your family is directly impacted as well. So together, we have a nice conversation. We try to once in a while talk about something different, like hockey or baseball or basketball or whatever, and we'll be fine. We'll get through it.
That's right. Well, of course, we had the 6 o'clock sort of presser, the live conference from last night, and as we're into another day, what can we take away, or what do you think for people who missed it they should know about the last night and where we're at this morning, Eric?
Well, I'm going to be very honest with you, Alan. And what we're looking at is people want concrete information. That's what we're hearing. We're hearing in the comments, and we're hearing and people are showing up here asking for an access permit, a temporary access permit. And when I say here, I mean at the Regional District of Okanagan's Similkameen office, which we're asking people not to do. That's not how that process works. If you go into the front office and you're asking for something that they're not able to provide, it's provided in a different manner through the website, through the Emergency Operations Center. And it's done that way for a reason. You need to be part of the solution and understand the process is working. It's a challenging process when you've got thousands of people that want to get into an area that has not been cleared for safety. If people can just be patient and follow the process. When I say be patient and I say we're trying to keep you safe, the response I get is, what does be patient mean? I want to know your plan. And what does safety mean? So I know we don't have enough time on the radio, so I don't know how much time I have, but I can start to get into what those two items look like if you have a couple minutes.
You bet. We'll go as long as we need to, by all means. You bet.
What that means is that this area, including Summerland, not just Summerland, but the regional district, the areas under an evacuation order where the fire is still present, have not been cleared for safety. You can look at an area, for example, like the southern portion of Trout Creek or anywhere, and say the fire's not there, it's safe. But think of all the logistics involved, that you've got crews working in that area, the fire is nearby and can change direction. And if you don't think it will, and I'm not trying to be know-it-all or anything, look at the fire on the map and look at the conditions, how dry it is. If that potentially could change and move toward the water, what would that look like if people were there before they should be there? Having said that, maybe it is safe. Maybe there isn't an issue from the fire, but then let's look at what's on the ground. So that's one issue. And when there's plans, here's part of the plan. This morning, I spoke with one of my colleagues and a big crew of people who were on their way to the landfill. Landfill's on fire. It's beside the water treatment plant. That group was going to get full hazmat suits on to assess where the landfill's burning, what are the other hazards, and then they're going to assess that, and now they'll have an idea. Will that landfill be available for any of us soon? I'm going to hazard to guess no.
Right.
When it's on fire, that's a problem. So they're managing that. Then critical services, the water treatment plant. If someone goes back to their house, and I want to go to my house, and I appreciate if I'm even allowed to go to my house just to get some new socks and a couple different shirts, so I don't have to wear this shirt again, I'll be really happy. But then I have to leave again. If that's the case, that's what I'm saying. As an example, I appreciate that. But long-term, you can't have people in their homes if there's no services. We have power, but do we have water? Do we have safe water? So all of those plans are not being made up on the fly, and no one's trying to keep them from people, but it's dynamic. And anybody who's been involved in emergency management or in any kind of response knows that. There's a whole bunch of things. First and foremost is people's safety. And when you open up the door and say, okay, let's let people back, and they're into an active wildfire response zone, it can be dangerous. So that's what I mean by trying to keep people safe. That's what I mean by being patient. All of the people, I keep pointing out here, this is an emergency operations center. It's an area that is private. It's an area because it's sensitive. There's a lot of people doing a lot of work there. But my colleagues out there, most of them are on evacuation order. Would they not want to get this resolved as quickly as possible? But would they want to put their family or themselves at risk by going in prematurely? So that's what I want to say. I'm being extremely honest, but I think that's what people want. They don't want, government answers, and I'm not one to give that, but I'm going to be professional. I'm representing the regional district and all the partners. No, I'm not representing the partners. I misspoke. I'm representing the Regional Emergency Operations Center, and I appreciate that in a time like now, when there's information on social media and there's people having conversations and taking pictures of people who are in the evacuation zone who are not supposed to be there, then they might feel, well, I should be there too. So if you're going to call out the process and you're going to question it, and I provide you with some information, and that's all I have, then I'd really appreciate it if people would at least take that to heart, that I'm doing everything I can. That's what I'm doing. So.
Well, and Eric, we spoke yesterday and kind of said, can we ballpark it? But then the thing about ballparking it, as we look at things today, is that everyone's kind of watching the forecast that maybe there's some rain, but there could also be the potential of storms with winds, and it's almost like it is really kind of hour by hour. We're not in control in any way in terms of the process, right?
Yeah, no, it's true. But anyway, I feel like I went on a rant there. I want to provide through this live stream and through the interviews I've been doing and through the information that my colleagues here are putting out. And I want to mention we have Joanne, we have Kate, Veronique, and Tracy all working in the information section today. That's a big information section. We don't always have that luxury. People are brought in to make sure that everybody's rotating out and they're healthy and safe and they're happy and they're taking care of their mental health. And then people are also being brought in. I had a great conversation just a short time ago with the ESS director, the Emergency Support Services director. And I said, can you come and talk to me? Join me here, we'll talk. And I said, are you authorized to talk? And she said, Emergency Support Services doesn't speak to the media. We support volunteers. You speak to the media. We give you the information. And I said, I've been doing this for 8 years. I should know that. I kind of forget who will talk and who can't. And when I think back, I've never interviewed somebody from Emergency Support Services. But what I did learn, Alan, was that more Emergency Support Services volunteers have been added. People would like information. That's confirmed information that I haven't confirmed with our director at this moment, but I did previously talk to her and I said, are we bringing in more volunteers? And this was a couple of days ago, and she said yes. So the ESS director said to me now, she's there at the reception center, and now she was here earlier. Yes, more volunteers are here and are working. That's great. They're able to, with that, spend a bit more time with people one-on-one because we have more volunteers and many people have been processed. So imagine, Alan, if you're on evacuation order and you just want a one-on-one and have a bit more conversation, maybe talk about mental health supports, maybe talk about what the future looks like, they can do that. That to me is amazing. Renewals, if you are right now getting support and you want to get a renewal, there's a phone number to call and you'll know what that is because you have the support, but you go to ess.gov.bc.ca. So you go to that website, find the phone number, or you can go directly to the reception center. Quick tip, Alan, if you do go, and I'm not talking to you directly, I know you don't need the support, but if you register with your BC Services card, and the system's working great, because sometimes it can get loaded, overloaded because there's a lot of people, and it's not just here. We're talking around the province, and it says, "Do you need supports?" Click yes, and then the window will come up and tell you what you say what you need. And there you go. That is all in a nutshell, Alan. What's going on in this teeny corner of this? I think it's a highlight, or it's a focus for a lot of people. Is when can I get in? Why can't I get in? How do I get support?
And you mentioned all that. And one of the key words you used, Eric, was patience. And I think for the most part, people are practicing that and they're understanding the situation. So I'm glad you sort of reiterated what you did. And I think it certainly goes a long way in helping our listeners this morning.
Someone who said here on the chat, making victims out of the supposed heroes. I don't really know what that means. Any of the people who are working on this wildfire, whether it's fire crews, first responders, or anybody else who is out on evacuation order, they don't want anybody to feel sorry for them. I think in talking about that, it's more a point of saying that they're invested in this just like you are, because they're trying to help their family, they're trying to help themselves and their community. So they're very aware of what's at stake. So that's important. Anything else, Alan?
I think we covered a lot there, Eric. I appreciate it as always, and also having me on the stream. So just keep doing what you're doing, and as long as we need to, I'll keep checking in daily. Okay,
Alan, and when the dust settles one day, maybe we'll grab a coffee.
I think so. I think we've earned that at least, right?
Yeah. I feel like we're friends now, Alan.
yeah, I think so too.
Okay.
We'll chat and have a great day. Appreciate this, Eric.
Yeah, thank you so much. I do appreciate you getting the word out.
All right, we'll chat soon. Thank you again.
Okay. That's Alan G. from Go Radio here in Penticton. Feel like I've said a lot, but what I'm trying to do with this live stream is address in real time questions and concerns that on Facebook are going in all these different directions and in person. And I appreciate how these conversations can go. And I appreciate that someone, I think I feel a little bit fortunate because I'm working in the Emergency Operations Center. So, people might think that I have access to more information when in fact I don't. What I have access to is seeing firsthand what the planning looks like and what they're doing, and then trying to convey that to you in a way I feel that I haven't been able to before because we're doing it through an information release or on the website. But I keep working with my team here, or not working with them, saying to them that whatever we're saying here, the message, the information, if we can convey it in an information release or a social media post, so people, lots of people aren't watching this and will never watch it. Many people don't even watch media necessarily or read the newspapers or whatever. They're just looking for information and they're talking to their friends or talking to their family. So if they feel like there's an information vacuum, that's not helpful. Then you feel helpless. You can feel empowered and feel somewhat hopeful that things are going the way they should be when you know why. Like if I say there's a plan in place and then I start talking about it and giving you real-time information, for example, a crew at the landfill doing the work that they're doing to assess that, and water services and critical infrastructure, that kind of thing. People are asking about the roads. I want to make sure that people understand what the highway, that's the Ministry of Transportation and Transit's domain. They'll work with the Emergency Operations Center and other partners to get that highway open. When it happens, you'll learn about it on drivebc.ca. It'll be posted right away. And believe me, when it's updated, I bet there are people they have that window open. And as soon as we'll find out when you find out. And I mean that, I can tell you, certainly there's work going on behind the scenes. We have to be working together to open the highway. So crews are working, but they don't have a timeline. And when the timeline comes in, we'll know and we'll put it out right away. We'll put it out on our channels and you'll hear about it probably all over the place. I bet it'll be a lead on the news when the highway opens. So whenever that is, I can appreciate the frustration. People want to know when, and then they want to plan ahead, but I don't have that information right now. So you have to consider the sources. Drive BC source for the highway, the direct responsibility. So it's their story to tell when they have that information. And then the wildfire, of course, is BC Wildfire Service. And you can go to the website, bcwildfire.ca. I haven't checked the website this morning. In all the flurry of getting this information, I haven't done that yet. So I will be doing that shortly. I think at this point, it's a good time to do a reset of what this day is going to look like here on this live stream and on the Regional Emergency Operations Center website and our social media channels. Basically, the goal now is to keep sharing information that we know now that has been verified and answer and address those questions that have been coming in about when can I get home, when can I get a temporary access permit, and that type of thing. It's all made complicated, more complicated by the fact that we are seeing video of people inside the evacuation zone. Just because they're there doesn't make it right and doesn't mean that everybody else can go in. And also keep in mind that there's a few scattered people and people moving around. If the gates open and everybody goes back, again, it's not safe because of the active wildfire. And there's no clearance right now to say every area is clear. And areas that aren't directly threatened by the fire right now, there's still some other issues. Water, critical services. Certainly we're hearing power. Last I heard from Graham Statt, one of the EOC directors, also the CAO of Summerland, is that within the district of Summerland, there's 90% power. Some of the rural areas, I don't have direct information on that right now. And then and water as well in electoral area F. I haven't talked about the map yet. I'm going to go to that website right now. So the interactive map, when you go to the RDOS website, rdos.bc.ca, you can see that behind me. The map shows current conditions for alerts and orders. So a evacuation order means you have to leave immediately. You shouldn't be in the area. An evacuation alert means get ready. Be prepared to leave in case conditions change. The status of those will always be active on this map that I'm going to show you here in just a moment. I'm going to put the link in the chat. And I think it can be helpful because, maybe someone's just arrived home after a vacation or being away for work or whatever, and they don't really know what's going on in the area. If you go to that map, you'll be able to see it. I'm going to pin that on our chat here so that you'll be able to take a look at it. And then I'm going to share screen so we can look at that as well. So this map, I feel, will provide you with to show you exactly what's going on. So you can use your cursor. A little clunky on the mobile phone. I haven't tried it, but if you're on a desktop, so you click on an area and it'll tell you about that evacuation order. For those of you who are in the Summerland area, or you'll know what that evacuation was. And it was a tactical evacuation. RCMP and search and rescue were in there saying you have to leave, and you probably would have then seen the flames. You may have already tried to get out before that. I spoke with a friend who saw the flames, went to investigate it to see what was going on, realized it was big, and came back and got his family out just in time. And he's suffered a loss, not of his family, but of property. And on that note, people are looking, and I've been asked many times, what are the numbers of properties damaged? And what I've asked for here, I'm going to be candid with you, I've asked if we can get a ballpark number of properties impacted severely, type of thing. And that number it's not easy to get. You do not fly a drone. I do not mean to make light of this. People know this. There's something called a no-TAM. So for drone pilots, a no-TAM means no-fly zone. And that's near airports, and it's near wildfires during an active operation, because you've got aircraft and you can't fly drones. So it doesn't matter who you are, whether you're BC Wildfire or anybody else, unless BC Wildfire is doing a specific operation where they would ground everybody and go get the drone up for whatever reason, and do that so we can take a look around, and unless they needed to. But that's not my area to talk about. I don't know what BC Wildfire does with drones, but I know that other people don't fly drones during a no-TAM, which means don't fly. I was a drone pilot. I had my pilot. That was my job, but I, as part of this, had a drone pilot's license. So I learned about that. And you do not fly near the airport because there's a no-TAM or wildfires. So, to get an aerial view and take a look at, that's just not in the cards right now because it's an active wildfire zone. But anyway, so when it's possible, when some of that data can be gathered, and part of it is getting eyes on, and some of those areas you can't because it's still dangerous, then we can maybe come up and say, okay, here's a number, right? That would be great. I'd like to know that X number of roughly properties. Buildings are difficult to say because, like my friend's property, they have multiple buildings, big workshop and probably a shed or something. I've been asked by the media too about numbers, population. The RDOS doesn't provide population numbers because if I say your property is on evacuation order, that's one property. I don't know how many people are there. Nobody tracks that data. I mean, you'd have to almost go to the census because, especially in the Okanagan, because you might have had 10 people staying with you because everybody likes to visit the Okanagan. You know what? I just reminded myself of something. I have received a couple of different messages. One of them, I'm going to go find it, from St. Pinton Indian Band, Penticton Indian Band. I just want to say our hearts go out to everybody, but Indigenous people in this area look at a wildfire like this in a different way, and a way that I think we all should, and about how it's impacting the land. And I don't want to speak on their behalf. I'm talking. Sense is that we're all connected to this. I'm speaking on my behalf. This land, because we stay here and we live here and we work here and we might be visiting here. So when this is happening, that means it's happening to us and it's happening to the people. And what do the people, when that happens, is they come together and they support each other and they support the land. When I talk about the Syilx Okanagan people and St. Pinton in this particular area, the Okanagan Nation, I respect and appreciate how important and how impactful something like this is. And that's me just speaking from the heart. So anyway, I'm going to paraphrase, but there was a message that was put out, and I was going to message it. Any information coming out about the Penticton Indian Band is going to come from the Penticton Indian Band. Any rumors or anything like that, that's not acceptable to put that on social media. If you're assuming, if it's not coming directly from Penticton Indian Band, then that information is not accurate. I wanted to mention as well that my heart's going out to everybody in this area that's directly impacted by this wildfire, whether you're on evacuation order or alert. Tourism, I'm finding it hard to go and grab documents and click around when I'm trying to talk because I feel like I'm driving and I should pay attention to what I'm doing. Talk to TOTA, Thompson Okanagan Tourism, and I want to say hello as well to Destination Summerland. And they sent me a message that when I take a break, I'm going to go and find. And from my perspective, one of the things we have to remember is that all of the tourism operators, and when I say tourism operators, I mean anyone who is directly involved in tourism and in the area, or has an Airbnb, or a winery, a distillery, a cidery, a brewery, a restaurant. All those businesses and people who rely on tourism are heavily impacted right now. And the message isn't just don't ever come back here. It's smoky, it's fire, it's dangerous, go away. The message is, how can we support those people? How can we use what we have available to us to support those people? And that might be planning to come back. It might be buying their product when you can. So keep those people in mind who are suffering right now, and don't forget about them. That's what I think is really important. Okay, I feel like with this format, I hope that we are providing a service by being live and taking information that's coming in, verifying it, and then putting it out right away, and then taking that same information and making it available in a written format so that it's easy to find on the website, at the reception centers. And when I say centers, there's another place that you need to know about, and it's at Princess Margaret School. It's a comfort area. I've heard lots of kids are going there, get out of the smoke. They can go out into the playground as well, but there's a place there where you can go, and there's lots of services. And apparently it's really popular. So that is that's Princess Margaret Secondary School, for a comfort center, just a place to get away. This is a good time as well if you're in town and you're looking to support your local restaurants. Go to Cherry Lane, that type of thing. And I keep getting all these thoughts that I have to remember to say. What about Peachland? What about the folks in West Kelowna and Kelowna? I work with the Regional District of Okanagan Similkameen in the Regional Emergency Operations Center, and that area covers about 10,000 square kilometers. It does not include Peachland, but there are neighbors. It doesn't include the other areas, so I can't speak on their behalf, but what I can tell you is, if you're looking for any information about those areas, including the Regional District of Central Okanagan, you need to go to those websites, District of Peachland website, or the Regional District of Central Okanagan. And just stand by for 1 second, please. Oh man. There's just so much information always flying around when you're in an emergency operations center. So my colleague was just saying that there's some information that she wanted me to share, and she was going to email me. This is Tracy, who's from the Columbia Shuswap Regional District, and she hasn't been able to set up her printer. So she said, I'll send it to you and you can print it. And I just said, please don't. I can't look at email right now. I'm looking at the comments and stuff. So I asked her if she could just print it. And what she was talking about, which is what I heard from a former colleague in the media, that there's some sludge out there on the lake, some black sludge. So just 1 second, I'm getting a phone call here from the media. So we're going to answer it live on air and see what happens. Hello, this is Eric Thompson with the Regional District of Okanagan Similkameen, and we are live streaming right now. And I'm assuming you're calling about an interview, but I just wanted to let you know that you're on our live stream. And if you're not okay with that, I'll turn off the live stream. Otherwise, I'm happy to talk to you if you have an interview request.
I'm good with that, Eric.
Okay, good. How can I help you?
I'm doing all right. So we got you lined up here to speak with Vashi Pellis on the show.
Oh, that's right. Okay. And that's, sorry, I'm glad you called ahead of time. So we're doing an interview, and it's going to be on the phone, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it okay if I leave the speaker on the live stream so I don't have to turn off the live stream? Would that be all right? And they basically just hear what we're talking about?
Well, the thing is, the great
Oh, I see. No, sorry. You know what? I think I'm gonna ask her just 1 second. I'll put my headphones in. I know exactly what you're saying. So everybody, I'm just gonna take a very short break. And I need a break anyway, but I'm gonna have to put my head by. Okay, I'm multitasking here. I wanted to mention there's an online scam going around where people are asking for donations for BC Wildfire to feed firefighters. It's not correct. I'll be back in a moment. I'm just going to do a quick radio interview with somebody back east, and then I'll be right back on. And I'm going to set my clock up while I do that. Somebody said I should have a clock. Yeah. Well, I think one of the challenges first was when this fire broke out, there was a tactical evacuation where you had RCMP and search and rescue going in to tell people that they're in danger, they have to leave. A lot of them already knew that and were already trying to leave, but then people got trapped. So then the decision was made later that night on Friday Friday, that would have been August 7th, to put all of the District of Summerland, where I live, on evacuation order. So now you've got several thousand more people late at night that have to leave the area. Some chose to stay behind, plus the electoral areas, plus, it continues on, and we have other people in the area as well, Penticton Indian Band and electoral area I. So it's just a big group of people, like you said, 20,000. So now there's pockets where it looks like, okay, that might be safe to bring people in. But if it's not the fire that could be potentially threatening, it's all those other issues, right? It's the things that go along with that. Now, I can switch gears if you don't mind for a moment. You're connected to CTV, I believe. So you probably, yeah, sorry, I'm stating the obvious. You probably know, you may have heard I talked to your colleague, Andrew Johnson, and he told me about this black sludge that's on the lake, and it's wildfire debris and ash. Could be the cause, and residents are advised right now to stay out of the lake, or Okanagan Lake. Interior Health is aware. They're investigating the situation. We'll have more information as it becomes available, as we get it from Interior Health. But basically, it's a black sludge that's along the lake. And Andrew sent me a couple of video clips of it, and other people are likely posting it on social media. It looks unpleasant. Sure. Yeah, I did have to. I was mentioning that second wave of people, and I want to preface this by saying that my situation was not anything like people who I know directly and others who were literally driving through flames. When I had to leave my home, there were no flames nearby, but there was ash falling down. It was extremely smoky. It was late at night, and that was for me a difficult time because I had to stop what I was doing here, go home, take care of my family, pets, make a plan what I was going to take, knock on my neighbor's door. And then I live streamed a portion of it only because I talked to our emergency operations center director and said, I abruptly left. And I don't think that's going to provide people with any kind of calm or, I should maybe go on and just remind people that we'll get through this. I'm driving out in an orderly fashion along with my neighbors. Okay. And then I went to bed and I thought that was not a great live stream because it probably looked a bit choppy. Anyway, and then of course people picked it up, and yeah, which I didn't intend to. I just thought for anybody who was watching, maybe it'll provide some comfort. Reminders basically. And yeah. Yeah. So I have our live stream up right now and they can't hear you. So I'm just going to paraphrase it simply. What's helping me keep calm and what I would focus on, having information is helpful. And I had information that other people had, which is we've got a big fire and it's dangerous. People are in place to try and keep everyone safe. But what I needed to do was have a plan myself. And that's what I thought of it. And I knew also that I had to remain calm for my family. It's a very strange situation. I have young children. They were all sleeping. My wife and I were packing stuff up and putting it in two different vehicles, gathering the dogs and pets, and the dog and the cats, and you just kind of stay on focused on the task at hand. And remember, you have to be calm. And then when we woke the children up, luckily for me, my children have seen this kind of thing and they know that's what I do for a living. So they weren't really surprised by it. But I had to explain to them that it's okay. And this is what we're doing. And this is our plan. And I think that's for anyone who's on evacuation order. That's what will give them comfort is, do you actually have charge of keeping us safe? And if we're panicking and we don't have a plan, which is not the case, then yeah, that's going to make people stressed. And having a plan takes away the stress. To the best of my knowledge, it's fine. Yeah, it is. And I left being prepared that it wasn't going to happen, that it wasn't going to be there. And that's for me. I didn't like that. I have memorabilia and things that I keep. I loaded it all in my truck, a lot of it, and the children's memorabilia and just things I thought I wouldn't want to be without. But then I also started triaging, thinking, no, I can't start worrying about these things. I just wanted, obviously, and we were safe, which was nice. I know we had time, but the idea was when an order happens, even if the flames aren't outside the door, they're asking you to leave for a reason. And then you start seeing ash falling down and everybody starting to drive out toward the highway. You think, oh, I better, we have to make this quick. Yeah. Thank you. And I really enjoy your work, by the way, on television. I just wanted to say that. So thank you for your time. Okay. Yeah. Bye-bye. Okay. Thank you. Vasi Capellos is who that was, and she's on the radio right now. I added that last part about I enjoy her work because for those of you who watch the media, you're looking for trusted sources. You're looking for people who are calm during any kind of situation, people who don't try to, get all feisty with their guests, but hold them accountable. And I think there's a lot of reporters and people on television who do that really well, but they probably don't hear that from people very much. If anything, what they'll hear more often is, stuff that's not as positive, and that's never fun. So always nice for me anyway, because I work in that industry, to say to people, especially when it's difficult like this and there's so much going on, is to take a moment to be kind to somebody. I have to take a short break. I just got flagged down by the RCMP, and I'm hoping that I don't know what they're going to be saying, but he wants to share some information or ask me a question. So I figure I should listen, and I'll take a short break. You'll see the sign behind me. I was asked to add a clock so people can keep an eye on what the time is, and I think you can almost see it there. I was also asked to have the sign here, which my friend Jeremy suggested, and I've added to the sign to just simply say, and this is our goal moving forward, is we're going to focus more on fewer briefings, but really focused briefings. And one of them is going to be at 2:00. We've invited BC Wildfire, but we're not holding them to it because they have a very flexible, well, not a flexible, but they have a lot going on, and they'll have to leave their base to come here to do this. Something we're going to work on to try and fix, so we can get different technology, but we're doing this on the fly because of what happened. And then 6:00 will be our big update. We're working on a public meeting as well, a meeting that you can go to in person. A lot of logistics, getting the site set up is key, and doing it in a way that's not going to negatively impact evacuees, but also where we can do it online so people can get that information online and participate. So I'm going to take a short break, and I'll be back certainly by 10:00. So thank you very much for your patience. Hello and welcome to the EOC update for the 10 o'clock hour here at the Regional Emergency Operations Center. My name is Eric Thompson and I'm located in Penticton, British Columbia, Canada. Depending on where you're watching, you're likely local and looking for information about what's happening in this area. So in just a moment, I'm going to do a little reset about what we know now. And I can tell you right now that I know some of the key concerns for people are when can they get back in? What does that look like? How's the fire doing? And many, many other questions. I'll get to some of those in just a moment, but you probably saw the I mentioned the RCMP were flagging me down. And what they wanted to share with me was that there is an online scam right now. So in general terms, if anyone phones you asking for any banking information, any unsolicited phone call, regardless of what it is, you need to take it seriously and report it right away. Do not provide any information. Just simply say to them, I'm going to hang up now, or something like that, whatever you need to do, but don't provide information. You don't need to spend time talking to them, but you want to report it. You can do whatever you need to do. But if it's an unsolicited phone call, especially related to this fire, because I think people are targeting numbers in Summerland, be prepared. You have to take action that it could likely be a scam. Certain agencies aren't going to be phoning you. Now, it's a little different if you arranged something and it's going to be pretty obvious who's calling you. But anything to do with banking information, report it to the RCMP, the non-emergency RCMP number. I don't have that handy because I came back in here quickly, but I will get it for you. So it's the non-emergency RCMP number, and the fraud division will look into that. There's also something going around on Facebook, and it's really important that people, first of all, reconsider trying to take advantage of people during a time like this by posting erroneous information on behalf of the RDOS or any other agency asking for donations. There was one that's going around and it's been circulated now, so it's hard to stop, but it's been reported. Looking for food donations related to feeding firefighters, 300 of them, and any kind of donations you want, food, that kind of thing. Absolutely, the RDOS has nothing to do with that. I can't speak for BC Wildfire, but I know that that's not how that works. BC Wildfire will be dealing with issues with firefighters privately. They're not going to be talking about asking for donations. It's to me, it's not even a really intelligent scam, but it can be misconstrued by people, and you may think it's real because oh, I'm going to help people, I'm going to donate some food or whatever it is. Watch out for those, report them, and head the other direction. Don't engage. That's my advice. So online scams, every single time there's an emergency, it always happens. And for me, one of the worst things people can do is take advantage of vulnerable people during an emergency. It's just not cool. And I'm going to leave it there because it's irritating and upsetting. We'll have updates throughout the day here. We're looking at hourly. So on the top of the hour, bottom of the hour when we can. There certainly will be times, because I am at my desk on the job doing communications, doing information for the Emergency Operations Center here. And as part of my job, I do need to go into meetings and I need to be part of those sometimes. So I'm slowly, because we're so busy, bringing my colleagues in so that they'll be able to come and host some of these updates on the hour and half hour when we can. As I said, we'll likely be transitioning away from the full all day long stream. Possibly we'll leave the stream open so we're not having to close it and open it. And then we'll put a sign accordingly saying the next update is at 2 o'clock, for example, so that if you do watch it, it's live and it's there, but you're not expecting something that isn't there. And also, I think what can be helpful with that is that if something changes, it's just a matter of somebody walking in here, clicking unmute and saying, hey, we've got some information for you. And then that information will be sent out through the website and the other channels as well. I guess one of the other important things is that if you haven't signed up for Voyant Alert, now is a really good time to do that. Voyant Alert is the notification system used by the Regional District of Okanagan, Similkameen, Summerland uses it, and many others in this area, including Penticton. Sign up for that, because what will happen is if you are currently on or under an evacuation alert or an evacuation order and that changes, you'll receive a message. And you can get it through phone, through text, and through email. Find me as the website, rdos.bc.ca, and click around. It's really easy to find. You'll see on the side you will find a link to Voyant Alert on the Take Action tab. And if you go to the main banner that you'll see, you will find that information. So highly recommend that you do that because it's really important. We're going to go off that one. I guess while I'm here, I will mention that in Summerland, some people have gotten together to put out some information to bring the community together and to show some support for everyone impacted by the wildfire and to also celebrate our community. And when we talk about Summerland, I think what's going to happen here is we're talking about the greater area. But Summerland being so heavily impacted that it's kind of been the focus for a lot of this, but by no means are people forgetting about Peachland, West Kelowna, or any other areas that are part of this, and is whether they're helping or whether there could be a threat to their community or an evacuation alert. And with that, Regional District of Central Okanagan, RDCO, that's the Regional Emergency Program. That's where you'll get information for that area. And then, of course, the City of West Kelowna, wherever you might live, go to that local website and find a bit more information. Lost my train of thought there. So, back to where I was. So there's a couple different groups in the community who've gotten together to come up with some posters and some images and some hashtags to celebrate this area and to say we're together. But there's two of them that I've heard of, and I'm just going to simply pass that along, and then I'm going to not participate in too much about that because I've got so much information I want to share with you. But I do want to say thank you to those groups who are doing that. I think it's really special and important, and we all have to have, we have to have something we can share in common. And the hashtags right now: Summerland stands, as in stands together, standing up for each other, standing together. Summerland strong, very strong. We're all going to have to be strong. People who've lost anything in this incident, people who are out of their homes right now, it's important that we be strong for them and that they be strong by having your support. I'll leave it there. If you need some help, let's just say, for example, you're living on your own, you're watching this live stream, or you know of somebody that needs some help. Here's a number I'm going to give you: 310-6789. It's an easy one to remember. 310-6789. It's mental health support, and it's free and it's confidential. You can call right now, just for whatever reason, just to talk to somebody. That's okay. So I wanted to give that number out, and I wanted you, if you have friends or family or someone you think might need it, to share that with them. Okay. Someone is asking about emergency support services. They have their parents with them. They're safe and sound, but they're hearing conflicting information that they should register them. Now, if you need any kind of supports, if you're on an evacuation order, contact ESS. Go to the website, ess.gov.bc.ca. If you have insurance and you're accessing that and you're okay and you've got what you need, you can still register. It's okay. And when you're asked if you need supports and you feel you don't, then don't, or anything like that. But it is good to register. Registering can help in case the situation changes. There's a lot of different reasons. The reception center, which is at 273 Power Street. Suddenly I forgot where it was. It's the Penticton Trade and Convention Center. Volunteers are there to help walk you through the process. So keep that one in mind as well. And I'm going to quickly go to my email because, again, I'm at my desk and I'm working. And every once in a while I see email that I have to do, so I'm going to do that. So stand by for just one moment. I hope everybody's doing well out there, by the way, and I do appreciate, from what I've seen lately. Okay. Anyway, I've seen people just staying on topic, and I think that's really helpful. Stand by for just 1 second. I do need to get back to this. I'm being asked a question that's time sensitive, and I need to type out an answer. So I appreciate your patience while I do this. The whole idea with this live stream was to provide information in real time. And what's really been interesting is that I'm hearing from other communications professionals who they want to ask about, I don't know if they want to know, not how I did it, because I think they know is to just go to a live stream on YouTube and start talking, but more, I think, some of the challenges, maybe the pitfalls, what worked, what didn't work. I don't know what to say at this point other than it takes a village. I'm standing here talking, sharing information that is being verified by the information section, all the other sections, all the partners, all the different agencies. So we're bringing all that information here. Luckily, because we have this live stream, we can push it out through the live stream, but through the other channels, the website. And that has really been helpful to be able to have that real-time information. But, we're not, what I would say, if anyone's asking, if you're from a local government and you're watching this, if you want to do this, this is for me is step one. And I would look at it and say, okay, how can we make this better? Well, let's make it like a news broadcast where you have a switcher so you can bring in people. So I could right now say, if I had the technology, which I haven't set up, let's hear from a member of a volunteer group that's going to tell us something that's awesome. And then we punch a button and there they are on the screen, just like we have that website. Wouldn't that be great? But we haven't set that up. So that's one thing I would say. And the other is to have a group of people that can help out and start small. I think doing a full-on live stream like this all day, every day is pretty challenging, and it's setting a bar that we can't all meet. And I can't meet it to it because, as you know, I'm going to step away. I'm going to get distracted by shiny things, whatever it may be. But as I said, we've got a plan for that. So we brought in Joanne Millar earlier to get her, just to introduce her to you, and she'll hopefully start doing some of these and the others as well, where we focus less on the full-on live stream all the time. But I have the capacity right now, so I will. And this incident is changing so much that I don't think we need to be on all the time, but what you need is updates when they're available, or just the latest saying there's no new information. And we'll focus on 2 and 6 o'clock local time for that. And so there you go. That's a couple of things. A switcher, that there's technology that's out there that I think it's called. I don't have it here. It's you probably know if you're watching me. Oh, OBS. OBS. I think it's a free service, but something like that can really be helpful to be able to manage this technology. And then having a rhythm or a plan in place. And but I feel like I'm kind of just talking to myself, and I really like interviews because we can get real-time information, and it's nice to see a conversation instead of somebody just talking like I've been doing, which I'm going to stop pretty soon. So I'm going to work on that through the day to get some of those interviews set up. Stand by. Sorry about this. So there's another thing too, is multiple people on one YouTube account. So we have our moderator, who I think right now is Natalie. But if I'm on YouTube logged in and someone else is trying to log in, you have to make sure you have allowances for that so it can actually work. So there's that. Okay, and with that, I'm going to do a very quick reset, and then I'm going to step away for a bit and then come back. I'll aim for 10:30, but definitely at 11 o'clock for sure we'll have an update. One of my colleagues passed this along to me earlier. There are reports of black sludge along the lake, and it's likely wildfire debris and ash. And residents are advised right now in this region, so we're talking Summerland, possibly right up to Peachland and further, but certainly in the Penticton area, to stay out of the water. Which reminds me, if you are on the water, the skimmers are out there, there's helicopters. You can do two things. One is stay off the lake. The other is stay out of the way. And that's serious, because obviously there's a real risk involved for those people who are flying and yourself. So please keep that in mind if you know anyone who's in the area who's thinking of recreating in the water. There's a backcountry ban. I haven't actually had time to go look at the details, but what I would say anyway is it doesn't matter if there's a backcountry ban. It's dry. This fire moved so fast because it's so dry, and there wasn't even a wind event. So that tells you how dry it is out there, and there's so much fuel in the forest. So if you're in the backcountry, now is not a good time to do that. And vehicles that could cause a spark, activity that could cause a spark, any kind of ignited material, smoking material or whatever, bad idea. People's lives are at risk here if we get more fires, and we certainly don't want that. Crews are going flat out. I want to take a moment on that note. I am jumping around a bit, but I'll get to it, to temporary access passes in a moment. But I want to speak right now to two groups. One is the volunteers, and we don't have thousands of people watching or anything like that. We have, it doesn't matter if it's only one person who's watching at the reception center who's a volunteer or an evacuee. First of all, for volunteers, they're putting in long hours, and then oftentimes they're probably dealing with what will be some pretty stressful situations. To talk to someone who's had some loss or who's struggling or has just difficulties getting the services they need because they don't have access to their house, so now they're asking someone else to help them. You're doing amazing work, and everybody who is watching that knows that, and everybody who's received your help knows that. So to the ESS volunteers and all the other volunteers, and they're out throughout the community. I've seen it's heartening when you drive through the community right now in Penticton, where you see tents set up and people helping, and businesses are jumping in. It really is heartening. So everybody who's volunteering and helping, everyone sees you and they really appreciate what you're doing. I certainly do. And I can say that on behalf of the Regional District of Okanagan, Similkameen, because I know that's the case. Everybody feels that way. And many of us are directly impacted and maybe receiving help from you as well. Then to the evacuees, people who are out of their homes, especially if you've lost your property or lost something. I mean, of course, we had a fatality, and to that family, everyone's thinking of them and knows how sad that is. In an event like this, it's sad enough, and to have something like that happen. But to people right now who are out of their homes, it's incredibly difficult. But I want you to know that both from the planning part of what's going on here to make sure you get back in your homes or back to your property at least, or back to some sort of life and some recovery, there's a lot going on and a lot of people that can support you and reach out for that help. But we're thinking about it. And then finally, if I can say to all of the first responders, and I'm saying this on behalf of myself, especially because I live in this area and I'm watching that fire and I'm watching it online with it, the perimeter, and just saying thank you, because I have not put on the boots and walked out to the front lines with a shovel or a hose or anything like that. I haven't done that myself, but I know people who do it, and I know what kind of situation that is. Hot, dry, smoky, dangerous, but they also, like the Emergency Operations Center, have a plan. They know how to stay safe, but it's tough work. So if I can just say to you, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, let's just end this section on temporary access passes. I had heard, and I'm going to take a moment here and go to the front desk, but I'd heard a lot of people were showing up at the front desk at the RDOS office on Martin Street asking for a temporary access pass, and that's not possible. The office here is a business office for the Regional District of Okanagan, Similkameen. The Emergency Operations Center is doing different work and focusing on issuing those temporary access passes. So you need to go online. You'll see the link. It's easy to find. And you fill out the form if you could, please. Don't fill out multiple forms. Be aware that they're being triaged, the requests are being taken as they can, and there's hundreds of people who want them. So follow the process. Please be patient. Everything is being done to get you what you need. Here we go. Getting an email now. We're getting some reoccurring questions, and I've got some answers here from the District of Summerland regarding payments and bills. So I'm reading this in real time. Reminds me of what Tony Parsons used to have to do. You probably all remember Tony Parsons. He was I think he lives in this area. He was excellent at reading cold copy, they would call it. Hand him the sheet, put it in the teleprompter or on the thing, and he'd just read it. Perfect. I won't do that. I won't be that good, but I'm going to read it in real time here to share the information. How much do I owe for my agricultural water bill? No, I should probably yeah, there you go. No Tony Parsons here. I got to pre-read this, but what we're trying to share with you is due to the evacuation and the current state of emergency, residents, and this is for Summerland, are assured that no late payment penalties or interest will be applied to utility accounts during the emergency period. And we'll share this information on the Regional Emergency Operations Center website and Facebook page. So we'll go there again, and you'll find the Regional District of Okanagan, Similkameen for Facebook. So I'm going to repeat that. Due to the evacuation and current state of emergency, residents are assured that no late payment penalties or interest will be applied to utility accounts during this emergency period. So that's great to know. I live in Summerland. We understand that the state of emergency may create challenges for residents and businesses. This again is coming from the District of Summerland, and I'm sharing it on their behalf. The district would like to provide some peace of mind while the community responds and recovers. Utility services and accounts will continue to be managed accordingly. Residents will not incur late fees or interest as a result of delayed payments during the designated emergency period, which we're in right now. If you have any questions about your account specifically, you can send an email. I'm going to give you that address now, and I will copy and paste it into our chat, and that is to utilities@summerland.ca. That's utilities@summerland.ca for Summerland residents. Post that, and we will, we'll place it there. Okay, so thank you for your patience on behalf of the District of Summerland, your understanding and your cooperation as the community works through this emergency. So pretty clear, no late fees on your utility accounts during this emergency period. That's good news. It's breaking news. That information will be shared on the regional district website. Okay, so there's that, and then now back to the temporary access passes. The process is set up. It's built to work and to support people. So please follow the process and please be patient. Everything's being done to get you back into your homes. And my colleague Kate is passing me some notes. I do have that. Okay, thank you very much, Kate. I appreciate that. Oh, excellent. Okay. Apex. We'd like to get some information out about Apex and Green Mountain Road. Apex Mountain is not under an evacuation alert or order. And that's great news for those of you who had to go up there or went up there or spending time up there. So again, Apex Mountain is not under evacuation alert or order. Green Mountain Road is open and accessible Green Mountain Road. I'm going to repeat that one more time. If you know people who this will impact, please let them know. It will be on the website and it'll be on Facebook as well. That Apex Mountain is not under evacuation alert or order, and Green Mountain Road is open and accessible. That's how the live stream can be helpful, because now we've given you real-time information, and then you'll find it on the website as well. I need to do an interview so I can let somebody else talk. Thank you very much to Ellen Walker-Matthews, who I consider a friend and a community leader. She is the CEO of the Thompson Okanagan Tourism Association, and she's just sent an email thanking us for what we're doing. And we want to thank her because she makes working with her easy, because she's a nice person. She also was part of a group, many of her family members, who operated or ran an amazing event, the Giant's Head Grind, which has now meant that Giant's Head Mountain has this amazing trail, which I am happy enough to hike a couple days a week with my good friends Drayden and Callan and Daryl and Robin in the morning to get some exercise. And Raina the dog, who's on a leash. So you know, you're going to be up there with your dog. Dog should be on a leash. Went off on a tangent, but Ellen Walker-Matthews organized that event for I think 10 years, and it was fantastic. And that now led to a great trail called the Giant's Head Grind. And as soon as this fire is out of the way and the evacuation order ends and it's safe to get back there, I'll be up there with those folks I mentioned. And Raina the dog, who's relatively friendly with me, and we'll be out there hiking. I'm going to take a short break, come back in just a bit. I'll leave a different website up, because this one is just a bunch of text that you don't probably want to watch. This is the BC Wildfire website, and I will be back shortly. Thank you. Good morning. It's 11:03, and we are broadcasting from Penticton. I'm with the Regional District of Okanagan, Similkameen, and I'm in the Regional Emergency Operations Center. My name is Eric Thompson. We are recording this on Wednesday, August the 12th, and this is an EOC update with just a few items that I have to pass along. No new information for you. I did just hear from a reporter who was asking me about the backcountry restriction on recreational vehicles, things like ATVs, and asking if there was any change to that. And basically the Emergency Operations Center is going to go with that provincial recommendation, and also remind everyone who is planning to go into the backcountry, even just for a hike, just make sure that any activity back there cannot cause a fire. So of course, no chainsaws or motorbikes or ATVs, of course, because of the restriction, but just because it's the right thing to do. Extremely dry in the backcountry right now, as you know. So that's a quick reminder for you. There are a couple of big issues today that people are wanting more information on, and that is the temporary access pass. And I will share a bit more information on that. Someone's asking about the size and growth, direction, wind, frontline, and stuff. Let's be clear, just as a reminder, if you've just joined us, I'm not with BC Wildfire Service, and BC Wildfire Service is the lead agency working on this fire with a lot of partners, including this group here. So the latest information you're going to get on the wildfire is going to come from BC Wildfire Service. We have put in an invitation for a 2 o'clock update. I'm not going to hold them to that because, again, this situation is fluid and they're very involved in what they're doing. And if they're able to, they have to leave where they are at their base to come in here to do the update. So if they can, they will. Of course, any new information from BC Wildfire Service will be on the website. You can see it there, bcwildfire.ca. On the website here, the BC Wildfire website, and also Emergency Info BC, there is information that they're sharing information from the Emergency Operations Center, which is the evacuation alerts and orders. And again, follow those BC Wildfire updates. They've been updating the media as well as this website here, but the specifics of wind and fire fronts and stuff like that, you have to get directly from BC Wildfire, and we'll try to bring that to you directly with Erin Catherall, and if she's able to come in at 2, and I'm hoping she will. Also, yeah, they're not flying drones, by the way, not that I know of. Our focus right now is on 2 o'clock and 6 o'clock updates. So 2 o'clock, when we no longer have this long form chat, or whatever we're calling it, stream, sorry, where we just stay open the whole time and talk and try and do updates. What we'll start to transition toward is maybe leaving the stream open, and I'm certainly open to feedback on that, but leave the stream open so we're not starting and stopping, but saying our updates will be at, increments 10 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 6 o'clock, that type of thing. I think that's realistic. But if anything changes, in addition to being shared through either Voyant Alert and on the website and other platforms, we could come in here and talk to you right away. And that's what we did when this fire started. We started the live stream so we could just start getting information out. A couple of things really quickly. Scams. I won't get into the details of how I feel about that, and I'm sure you have thoughts on it too, about people taking advantage of vulnerable people or anybody during a time like this. Someone phones you unsolicited, asking for banking information or money, it's a scam. Please report it. If you see anything on Facebook or anywhere else where they're trying to collect donations, and they mention the RDOS specifically, that they're doing some food collection on behalf of us, that's not correct. What we are doing here at the RDOS, as far as any kind of donations, financial or otherwise, is to direct you to the RDOS website, rdos.bc.ca. We'll invite you to click on this link right here at the top, and then go to our page, the page that has a bunch of information. It's basically, we're just getting it all together. And in there, you'll find some information about making donations and where you can go. And basically, you're looking at a number of different local groups. The Community Foundation of South Okanagan is one of them. You all know of different agencies that are tried and trusted. I've been putting in my own personal thoughts on that, which is that I know people who are impacted by this wildfire who have very little or nothing left. They're going to need your help. If you know a family, I would focus on that family. For example, when they get a place to live, they might need furniture. And if you want to help out that way, I think that's a really direct way to help people. And then you know who's getting it and you can really make a difference in someone's life. So I'm just putting that out there as a thought of the way I would feel toward trying to help somebody. And if I needed that kind of help, what I'd be looking for. Watch out for scams. Okay, very important. If you're looking for a temporary access permit or pass, rather, you're likely. Do you want to chat? No. Yeah. If you're looking for a pass, there's a process to follow. It's not fast, but it's efficient in the sense that it's designed to work if people work with it. If they're patient and they understand that it's set up, it's been used across the province and continues to be used. You go online to rdos.bc.ca, you fill out the form, and you'll see that form in there where I just showed you. I'm going to go back to our map now. Actually, sorry, I'm going to stop because we're getting some delay. So you fill out the form. Don't fill it out multiple times. Don't come to the RDOS office. Don't go directly to a check stop. You wait to, please, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm saying this is how the process works. So you go to the website, you fill out the form, fill out one of them, put your rationale and your need in there, and then it's assessed. And it's assessed as quickly as possible. And what that means then is that if you get a pass, you'll be informed about that. You'll be asked to go to a certain location, and then you'll be going into the area if it's safe to do so. Lots and lots of people want to do that. If you do get a pass and you say you're going to do something in a certain amount of time at a certain location, please stick to that. Don't veer off and spend time wandering around the city. Don't do reels or posts. That's not what it's intended for. And the reason being is that this area is under an evacuation order for a number of reasons. One of them, of course, is the wildfire, but also people aren't supposed to be there. I don't think others want you taking shots of their property and then posting it on social media. So just use your best judgment. That's all I can say. You know, it probably sounds like I don't care or something, or I'm just talking here. If I was in your situation, and I'll share my own situation, I have 3 trees that I planted in honor of my late mom, Deanna, and I don't want them to die. They're great trees, and she said to me, plant some trees, so I did. Haven't watered them in a while, but I'm willing to accept that I'll get what I get. Also willing to accept and understand that my fridge could possibly not be nice. We've heard there's 90% power right now throughout the district of Summerland. And but then let's go all the way to around the region. We've got so many different areas that are impacted. And a lot of times the focus will be on Summerland because Summerland, the entire community is out on evacuation order. But we absolutely, I know people from electoral area F, which is Falder Meadow Valley. There's other areas, North Beach, people who are out of their homes, electoral area I and the communities there, Penticton Indian Bands in Pinkton, Penticton, West Bench, you know, all these different areas are concerned about what's going on and impacted in different ways. Now, Penticton, where I am right now, is a host community for the reception center. And they're also dealing with all the influx of people and trying to help. And I think that's fantastic. So just remember while you're traveling around doing things to be nice to people and have some grace if things are challenging, and just take some time to grab your breath. I keep getting, I've had a few texts from friends, and I want to say thank you, but people keep saying, take care of yourself. And I think it's because I've been here so long, and the sense is because I've been doing all this media stuff that I'm like just nonstop, but I'm not. I'm managing myself. I have a sideline gig called, it's a hobby, and it's ultra marathons, trail running, and I do a couple of big long trail runs each year. And I recently did one in Caslow where I did 53 kilometers up a mountain, up and down, and it was one of the hardest things I've ever done. And when I was in the middle of it, and it was hot, and I was slogging up this hill thinking, this is really, really hard. I would like to just stop right now. I want to sit down. But I had a timeline. I made the cutoff by like 12 or 13 minutes. Because I didn't give up. I didn't stop. I didn't let myself give in. But when I needed a break, I stopped and I took it. And I thought, I have to do that. That's what you do in that kind of thing. I equate what we're doing today in my job and our struggle to be out of our homes to ultra marathons. And when I was in that marathon, I thought, nothing I'm going to do is going to be as hard as this. Like, this is hard. I literally just want to stop. I went to a creek and I put cold water on my head and I felt completely different. And that's what I'm doing here. So in the morning when I get up, I put a clean pair of socks on I have a shower, and I'm like, okay, I know what I got this window, and I'm going to do this. And the reason I'm doing now is because we've committed to this live stream, but we also have to be realistic about what's possible and what we need to do and what people want us to do. So getting information out regularly is what we're going to do. But I would like to suggest that we're going to wind down the all-day live stream probably in the next couple of days. And then one of these days I will head out, and someone else will come in, and you'll love them, and you'll forget about me, and I will be somewhere staring at a wall, reading a book. I'm just kidding, of course. I'll be spending a lot of time with my family. So the passes are a big deal right now. Those temporary access passes, I know why you want them. I know what the process is, but if you can please be patient and understand there's a process. The problem is that if you don't get what you want when you want it, and you get mad at people, or you get frustrated, or you think people are trying to keep you from your property because there's no reason and they're wrong. If we follow the process, just like that's what an emergency operations center is. If you want to Google something, if you're looking for an activity, Google the Incident Command System, ICS. That's what we operate on. Many other organizations, paramilitary organizations, do that. They have a system in place. It works because it needs to work when things are going like they are going now, all over the place. Lots going on. So if you follow a structure, it really helps. And I think in our own lives, we can do the same. I've been asked by the media when I've done these interviews, I don't like that the focus is on me, because it's not on me, especially for the evacuation order. So many people had much more to deal with than I did. And what I've said, though, is that when you get in that moment where now you're having to leave your property, and right now is the hard part. People are probably just sitting there like at the reception center, trying to figure out where they're going to stay. They're at a friend's house. So just compartmentalize it. And I'm sharing my own personal thoughts on what I'm trying to do. So compartmentalize it. What's the most important right now? And think in terms of what are the next steps you can take. And just going back to that ultra marathon thing when you're doing runs, is the compartmentalizing is not thinking I have this far to go. Because if you think about that, you might say, well, that's too far. I don't feel like doing that, and it's hard, and I don't want to. So you always, and anybody who's a runner will know that you compartmentalize it, and you say, okay, I'm going to get from here to the next aid station. Not going to worry about how I'm feeling or whether I'm going to do it. And I did talk to some people about the mentality of that is you just don't stop, right? You got to take a break, and you take care of yourself, and you rest. But you're always moving forward. You don't just give up. And if you're feeling difficult, or you're feeling things are too difficult, and things are pretty stressful, then I would invite you to call and this number here, which I wrote down and can't find now. Oh, here it is. It is the mental health support line. It's free. It's confidential. It's from the province, and it's 310-6789, 310-6789. There's no area code, and it's free, and it's 24/7 as far as I know. There's also a health information and advice phone line that's free, and it's 811. It's free 24/7, 811, and that's more of a health line for some physical issues or anything like that. 1 minute at a time. That's right. Okay, water. I'm seeing a comment there about water. Reports are coming in of this black sludge along the lake, and I've had a chance to see a video of it, and it's unpleasant. Likely some wildfire debris and ash, and residents are advised, or anybody, not just residents, but whoever's here, to stay out of the water. If you're in this area and you see that black sludge, doesn't sound good. Interior Health is aware. They're looking into the situation, and will certainly provide more information as it becomes available. And as I say that, I get the time-sensitive notification that I keep getting from about the weather, and it's an orange warning, air quality until 3:27 p.m. And what is that? It's dirty air because of smoke. But let's compartmentalize that and take it minute by minute. Try and stay indoors. If you go outside, protect yourself. I know I'm talking a lot. I feel like I'm grandpa story time or something. But all I'm trying to do is, the stream's open. Apparently some people are listening. I've got some information. I'm going to share it with you. If you have any questions, I'll try and help. I have some answers. I don't have all the answers. I only speak on behalf of the Regional Emergency Operations Center. And even then, I also am sharing some personal thoughts, which I'd like to think are fairly safe. And I'm not going to get myself in trouble here. I'm just trying to keep it going. It's a good time for me to take a break. I'd like to go find an interview so you can hear somebody else who has some intelligent thoughts to share with you, or just some personal thoughts to share with you. I'm going to leave you with this thought. I went to the front desk, had a quick chat with Annie, and she smiled and said she just got, I think it was a voicemail from somebody who, stand by just one sec, anyway, someone's daughter was watching this live stream, and so that's why I thought it was story time with Grandpa. Hi, Sue, what have you got? Oh, that's the Osmo. Thank you very much. That's awesome.
Gentlemen, just
Sue, you're doing great work. Sue from West Bench, everybody. My friend Chris dropped off the Osmo. So, and which reminds me, I have to go ask about getting access to try to show you. I talked about this yesterday. We put a photo on. Now, again, remember, if I can actually get into downtown Summerland, only downtown Summerland, I've got my high-vis vest. I'll be in a marked vehicle with an emergency professional. I'll have the right gear on. If I can get downtown, I want to go there and just record with this little device here, a simple on camera, on location, instead of with this magical background here, in downtown Summerland, just to say, here's what we're doing. You can see it's intact, and that's a positive, but it's still not safe to enter. There's a lot of other factors. And here's how the temporary access pass is working. The highway, you've got to stay tuned to drivebc.ca for that. I know that people are working really hard to open that highway, but the timeline, I'm not going to guess or tell you anything I don't know. But believe me, people working on it, so that's important. But anyway, going back to that, the reason I hesitate to say something that might not happen, because yesterday it didn't. I wasn't able to get to downtown, but I did get a photo thanks to BC Wildfire, and they just showed us downtown. And I thought that was important. People said to me, my colleagues who were from there said, thanks, because it's our little town, and we want to see, for those of us out there and those of you who visit, we just want to see a window into something that shows that there's no destruction. There's just a little main street. And one of the comments I had right away was, the library is intact. That's the amazing library. Peter High, Dorothea, many others worked to make that happen. And it is an amazing space for families, especially to go in. It's very family friendly. The librarians there do amazing work with Okanagan Regional Library. And thank you, Chris, for dropping off that Osmo. I do appreciate it. That's really helpful, this little camera here. But yeah, there's the library. And there's the main street. It's pretty amazing. What did he say? Hopefully, it doesn't matter. I don't think the tripod's there. So this is a little camera where you can quickly record things, and I thought I would use that. Well, maybe there's no tripod. Oh, well, what are you going to do? Anyway, I'm starting to veer off, so it's time to take a break, and I will be back shortly with an update at 11:30, and then just to look ahead to 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock will be one of our main updates for the day, where we will focus on the wildfire itself, if we're able to get BC Wildfire in here, and if not, I'll go back to that website. We'll talk a bit more about how you can get information and just what you should keep in mind. Then also at 6 o'clock, we'll have another briefing, likely similar to what we did on Wednesday. So for those of you in the media, if you're watching, it's when we're doing them here, we're basically going to bring in a couple of directors who may have a special guest, but it won't be, won't be like we've had before. We'll have the chat open. So certainly if you have any questions, or if you want to email me now or contact me if you're with the media, and just say, you've got to address this. I think I know what the key issues are, and we're going to talk more about that. After our briefing yesterday at 6 o'clock, and then after speaking to some other communications professionals and people who are also on order and also close to me, have said what people want is they want information. So if we're not able to give specific details or stats because maybe they're not available, then let's talk about what's happening. So one of those things is the landfill. And I know I said I was going to take a break, but earlier today we had a group in here who are heading to the landfill. So to open up the town to Summerland and even the other areas, one of the elements of that is making sure that there are services, and there are the landfill's on fire, and it's by the water treatment plant. And then also for electoral area F, you've got to deal with water there as well, and some of those issues, contaminants, fire retardant, and all that. So all that has to be secured and safe before you can do a rapid damage assessment and before you can put people back in their homes. So knowing what those steps are, and they're being taken right now, and Graham Stat, who is one of the directors, the EOC directors, Emergency Operations Center director, and also the CAO of Summerland, has been really candid about talking about some of the specifics. So I'll talk to him tonight, and Deborah as well, about saying, let's get some details. Like, if we're talking about planning, now operational planning is operational planning. It's just like if you said you're going to go on a vacation, I'm not going to ask you to give me specific details and everything, but I might want to know what that looks like. And if you're okay to tell me that, and in this case, we're local government, we absolutely can share what we can share. But the details that are ever changing and are operational and are set based on a list of things that people know how to do, trust the process and know that they're working on it. But let's talk about some of the elements. Okay, if we're saying it's going to take time, here's what the problem is, and here's what's trying to be solved. Let's all guess together how long that'll take. So when I talked to Cam this morning about the landfill, I said, so what are you doing out there? I've got to get hazmat suits on. They have to find hot spots, and they have to look at other dangers. There's power poles throughout the area that are impacted. So they've got to assess that just for the landfill. And so how long is that going to take? I bet they're working really fast. We've heard that 24/7, we've got people working on the power poles. And that's, again, in the District of Summerland, and likely in the other areas, that'll be the same type of thing happening. That's a process. And I wanted to say as well, anyone who's working with power, water, any utilities, same as the first responders, you're doing amazing work. And I know you're out there in the smoke, and I know it's potentially dangerous, but you're taking the right precautions, and you want to get home to your families, but everybody, including your family, appreciates what you're doing. I feel like I've said too much. I'm going to take a break, and I'll come back in just a few moments with an update if I have it. Otherwise, I'll just give you a quick reset and a reminder, because we have people coming in and out. I'll tell you what I know, and we'll go from there. Thanks. Good afternoon and welcome to the 12 o'clock update from the Regional Emergency Operations Center. I'm Eric Thompson here at the Regional District of Okanagan, Similkameen in downtown Penticton. It's nice to be with you and thank you very much for joining us here on our live stream that we've been operating since into the evening around probably 7:30, I think, or 8 o'clock on Friday, August 7th, I believe it was, when this fire broke out. It seems like a long time ago. But we operated this, and if you just joined us for the first time, we started the live stream because this wildfire, the Baldridge wildfire, was aggressive and growing fast, and there were a lot of challenges with people being trapped, and we thought we better get started with some information as we prepare information releases, evacuation orders and alerts, and get that information out there. A tactical evacuation was underway at the time, and that means that members of the RCMP and search and rescue were out in the communities, mostly around the Falder Meadow Valley area, helping spread the word that people needed to get out. And also a lot of people had already begun the process of extracting themselves from there. And then some helicopters came in, we heard, to help people get to safety. So right now, before we start this update, and in this update, by the way, there's lots of, I don't have a lot of new information, but I can certainly reiterate some of the things we're talking about. But what I can tell you, though, again, is, first of all, we just want to say that anyone who's watching, who's impacted by this wildfire in any way, and that includes those of you who are just worried about the area, worried about your community and friends, to evacuees and others. Here at the Regional Emergency Operations Center, people are always constantly thinking about you. Many of them are impacted as well and know people. And as a collective group, we're all working together to make things better and get everyone back into their homes as quickly as possible. So having said that, I also want to say a big thank you if I can. And I'll say this on behalf of all of us who know what's going on out there as far as first responders and volunteers, of course, but the people who are putting themselves on the front lines to fight this fire. And that includes BC Wildfire Service, visiting and local fire departments, contractors, many others. Those people out there are doing what all of us need them to do and appreciate how difficult it is to do. And that is fight a fire that's angry and big, and putting their expertise in to keep it from causing any more damage. And they're doing that, and we really appreciate it. And I know it's hard, and there's a lot of science involved in it, and a lot of skills that have been learned over years, and we really appreciate it. So just wanted to pass that along before we get into what we're talking about here, which is right now the temporary access passes. So what I'm going to do, if I can, is just walk you through one of the sorry, I got distracted by comments there. I want to walk you through what a temporary access pass looks like, and appreciate that it's not perfect if it doesn't work for you right now. You might think it's not perfect. This system is in place because it has worked and is working, but the challenge with it is it won't work if people try to go around it. If you show up at the regional district office and try to get a pass, that's not appropriate. They're not handed out by the Regional District of Okanagan, Similkameen. They're managed through this Regional Emergency Operations Center. I'll keep it short. You go to the website, please, rdos.bc.ca. There's a link. You fill out the form. Fill out 1, not 12, please, because some people have tried that. Fill out the form, state your need. It will be assessed and processed as quickly as possible, and then someone will get back to you. So getting people into a community that's under this emergency evacuation order is difficult. There's a lot of moving parts. If you're going to participate, please stick to the guidelines. Don't veer off and head out and take pictures or do what you said you weren't going to do. It's just helpful. That's all. So I just wanted to mention that. I really hope it's working for you. There's so many moving parts during an incident like this that it's hard to know where to start. So I'm just going to go through some of the notes that I have. This is important. Apex Mountain is not under an evacuation alert and order. So people have been asking that. They've been probably phoning different people and maybe looking on websites. But if you know of people who are looking for that information and you want to share that with them, Apex Mountain is not under an evacuation alert or an order. And Green Mountain Road is open, and Green Mountain Road right now is accessible. So that's a good thing. Watch out for online scams. There are some people out there who are trying to take advantage of people in a difficult situation. So if someone phones you unsolicited and talks about money or information, it doesn't matter who they say they're from. That's not going to happen. That's not the way that process works. If someone from ESS was going to be calling you back, they're not going to be talking about your financial information, and they likely wouldn't be calling you back in that way anyway. So report it, keep your credit card in your pocket, and don't engage. Same with online, people asking about donations on behalf of the RDOS or anything like that, or any other agency. Just be cautious and ignore it, report it, and move on to some of the other agencies that are collecting donations, and they're reputable ones you've probably heard of and maybe even donated to before. And you'll find those links on the RDOS website at rdos.bc.ca. The District of Summerland has asked us to pass this information along to you, and it's about your bill, your utility accounts. Because there is an emergency underway, you're not going to be charged late fees. So there's a period where this emergency will be still ongoing. You'll know what that is, and when it's over, when it ends, then you can talk about your specific account with the District of Summerland. So due to the evacuation and the current state of emergency, residents are assured that no late payment penalties or interest will be applied to your utility account during the emergency. The District of Summerland understands that the state of emergency that we're in right now may create some challenges for residents and for businesses, and the district is trying to provide some peace of mind for people as the community works to recover. All right, yeah, so no late fees on that one. If you have any questions specific to your account, you can contact utilities@summerland.ca. That's via email, utilities@summerland.ca. Staff currently have some limited access to the computer system because, of course, they're out of the building, but we'll try to respond to emails as soon as possible. And some of them are working out of this building here, as far as I know. There's a lot of Summerland people here, and we're happy to host them. BC Wildfire Service sent me a note and said that some people are dropping off donations to wildfire crews, and while they appreciate it, they would prefer that you direct those more toward community organizations that are collecting donations. And again, that list is on the RDOS website, rdos.bc.ca. The way BC Wildfire Service and all the fire departments work is they have a process in place for food, for equipment, and everything else that they need, and supplies. And absolutely everyone appreciates that you want to make a donation, but please don't take them to any of the fire camps. And if you have any questions about that and you're just looking for an answer, please don't hesitate to call the Regional Emergency Operations Center. The number is behind me, 250-490-4225, and we'll try and help you out with that. But if you go to the website, that's a lot easier. Then it doesn't tie up our call center. And that call center, by the way, is doing an amazing job. We've got a number of people there who have been answering phones, and they are answering phones 24 hours a day. I've heard the last couple of nights. Allison was on last night, and Matt's there right now with a few others. And what has happened is at night, overnight, a couple of calls come in, and that's it. But what's important is those 2 or 3 or 4, how many people call in, obviously wanted to talk to somebody. And I think it's so important that someone's there to answer the phone. And with that, I want to mention as well, if you are needing to talk to somebody, this is a difficult time for all of us. It's important to reach out for help. If you need help, don't hesitate. 310-6789. 310-6789. That is the mental health support line, and it's confidential, and you can call it anytime. If you're looking for some health information, maybe you're dealing with some issues, maybe potentially because of the fire, and you just want to make a call, 811. That's the health information and advice phone line, 811. It's free, 24 hours a day, and probably confidential, I would assume. Yeah, we'll have to throw that out there. I'm sure it is. Shouldn't make light of that, sorry. Let's see, where else can we go? So we've talked about the temporary access permits, or passes rather, and just follow the process. Now I'd like to go to a little bit more information on the temporary access as far as the staged reentry. So when an emergency like this happens, there are plans in place for evacuation orders. And as soon as an evacuation order is put in place, what happens is the plans that are in place start to kick in on how we're going to get people back into their homes. And when I say we, I mean everybody involved, lots of agencies. So in this particular case, exact timelines are difficult, but what I can tell you right now is that the plans are in place for staged reentry, and it's based on a number of factors that have to happen. Safety is the key one. So the wildfire right now, when you look at it, there's a big section of Summerland that isn't impacted by the fire. So you can assume that areas like that might be able to go home sooner, obviously, right? They're not right in the impact zone of the fire. And how that works and when that works is dependent on factors that are being worked on right now. I use the example of the landfill where we have crews out there with hazmat suits on, and I've seen a couple of them come back now, and they're basically assessing, looking where the fires are and any hazards and how that's going to impact other things like the water system. You can't have people in their home without water, but when they do get back in, there's going to be a process to flush the water, and there's going to be a whole bunch of things that people will have to do. Here's a good question. Will you be notified if your tap is denied? You'll be notified if your tap, your temporary access pass, is available, if it's ready. There's not a lot of back and forth to go here. So I'm going to go confirm that. But basically, if you're not hearing back, there's a very good chance that you're not going to hear about it right away. But you know what? I think that is such an important question that I'm going to step out for just a moment, if you don't mind, and go find the answer to that, because I think that is really important. If you're sitting there waiting and then, you know, maybe you don't qualify, but you thought maybe you did. So if you don't mind, I think I'll go find that out, because I know that's really, really, really important. So stand by for just a moment. Hello. If you've just joined us, my name is Eric Thompson. I'm with the Regional Emergency Operations Center, and I'm an information officer. My day job is that I'm the Senior Manager of Communications and Engagement with the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen, the RDOS. and the RDOS is hosting the Regional Emergency Operations Center, working with other partners and municipalities and First Nations and a whole bunch of people, in case you were wondering. The chat here is great when we stick to the topics, and people are doing such a good job about that. We have a moderator helping as well, so we're not getting into the back and forth, and it's not a Facebook kind of thing, which can be absolutely painful to watch when people just start getting mad at each other and complaining and accusing and all that. What do they call that? I forget the name of it. I don't even want to talk about it. We're not doing that here, because this is about people who are on evacuation alert and order, people who are concerned about the area, who want information. So we're having some conversations and building some community. So we're not doing the troll slash keyboard warrior stuff, just as an FYI. Rather than me write that somewhere, I'll just share that with you verbally. It's my show today because I'm the host on behalf of this organization. We had an excellent question about the TAP. So if you put in a request for a temporary access pass and you're asking for an area that is under, is threatened by the fire, like you can't get in because it's dangerous, that would be a hard no. The process is intended to give you an email back saying, no, we can't let you in at this time. Then as far as what you should do next is, you'd certainly want to try and put another pass in, but maybe give it some time. And I that's what I want to talk to Graham about later. I wanted to mention too, at 2 o'clock, we won't have our BC Wildfire update, but you can go to the BC Wildfire website for the latest information. And they do an update in the morning and then they do one later on, but they are not available right at 2 o'clock. So hopefully we'll get another guest or have somebody else in. But I just wanted to let you know that. So if you go to the website, and I'll bring that up now. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry. I know I have no audio. I just said jokingly I was a few clicks in. I think I clicked when I wasn't supposed to. The BC Wildfire update that you can see now is your best update when you don't have a verbal update. Sorry about that with the go back 4 minutes. Okay. The temporary access permit is what I was saying. If you apply for a temporary access permit and you're applying for an area where you can't get in, it's dangerous, there's fire, that would be a hard no. And there's a lot of volume. It might take a bit of time. We're talking about somebody at a computer or multiple people at computers with hundreds of emails. They'll send you back an email saying it's been denied. And you have to understand why, especially if it's in an area that is basically, it's just dangerous, you can't go in. When it's being triaged for other reasons, the system again is set up to try to give you that email to say, no, you can't have that pass at this time. That's the intention, but you do have to be patient. But what I think is important is that when you put it in, your request, and I can understand you've got lots of things to do and you're waiting and you're stressed, hundreds of applications coming in, hundreds. Humans are on the other end of that. It's not AI. It's not a built-in computer system that decides, like when you apply for a job, I think that's what happens is AI filters people out, and while they're doing that, it may not be effective, but it doesn't matter. These are humans. They'll get back to you as soon as they can to say that it hasn't been or it has been perceived and approved or denied, and likely you'll want a reason why, but that's not a perfect process if you're just waiting for a yes and you want to just go in. But what I would ask for, if I can, please, if you're listening and you know somebody or whatever that may be, is to have some patience. Understand that people really are working to make sure that we look at who needs to get in right now and for what reason and is it safe. So that's how the process works. So we'll go from there, and I'll bring Graham in a little bit later on during our 6 o'clock update, and we'll talk more about that. Let's see what we've got here as well. Got an issue with the weather network maps on the road that shows 97 is closed from Penticton all the way across the lake into Kelowna. Flag it, send them a note. How about that? I'll take note of that. It's in our chat. We have people listening right now who are helping moderate. Maybe they can make a note, but checking with Weather Network directly and telling them would be great. I would encourage you to do that if you could. That would be great. Apex Mountain. Yes, I love this chat when it's real time and we can actually answer questions like this. So before I do that, going back to the temporary access permit, process in place, you put in your application, only one, you have to wait. You'll be told if it's a yes, told if you're a no, but it might take time. Hundreds and hundreds of applications. Working toward this reentry as well, which will really help. It's a staged reentry. Any information that's available, you're going to hear about it here. And you know that if you've been watching, I work here, and I take it seriously that people are looking for information. There's no special treatment for any of us. But sorry, I'm just trying to set something up here. But I'll make the effort and I'll go ask what I can, and I'll tell you the truth. I'll tell you what I know, and that's the best I can do. Apex, if you are heading up to Apex, you live at Apex, Apex Mountain is not under an evacuation alert or order. All clear at Apex. Green Mountain Road is open and accessible. So that's really good news. No problems at Apex as far as an order or alert, and Green Mountain Road is accessible. Someone's asking about the BC Wildfire map. I can't speak to BC Wildfire specifically, but this particular map that we're looking at right now has the evacuation alerts and orders on it. And so if I click out of it, I'd encourage you to go on your own computer and do it just so you can see what's happening there. But when you take the evacuations off, you can see it a little bit better. I'm going to stop sharing and just invite you to go directly to BC Wildfire Service. Someone's just telling me there's lunch here. I've already eaten, thanks. And I'm hydrating. Let's see here. I'm going to go right there. Just pushing some buttons, playing with some technology. Okay, the fire has grown significantly in the recent days. Why hasn't the fire boundary changed accordingly? Can't speak for BC Wildfire, but I have experience looking at these maps and talking to BC Wildfire, just listening to what they have to say. There's a mapping process that they do, and there's a update process. So when they have that data, they'll update it. That's all I can tell you. Again, I don't like to speak on behalf of other organizations, so I don't. But it'll be updated. And let me, just for my own map here, I'm going to hit refresh. So just keep checking back if you could, please. That's your best bet. The operational update, as you saw there, or the update that talks about what's happening, the latest. I think a lot of the real key part of this is to watch the weather yourself. Keep an eye on what's happening, and you know that winds from certain directions can be a concern. But BC Wildfire is excellent at keeping everyone up to date. So if there's any change, say for example, an alert was going to go to an order, that recommendation, part of the conversation is with BC Wildfire and the regional district, the Emergency Operations Center here and others. Lots of thoughts into that, and then a change is made right away that is communicated through the regional district right here, through the Regional Emergency Operations Center. And then it's communicated out right away through Buoyant Alert. So people are sometimes worrying, saying, I haven't heard. There's no new information. So if we go around the horn, so to speak, and we look at this region, you can talk about West Bench and all the different areas and Peachland as well. If you haven't heard anything, that means there's no new information. But if there's a change, you'll hear about it through Buoyant Alert. And then from there, it'll go to here on the Talking Headathon, and then over to the website, social media, and to the media as well. So there's lots of places to hear about it. If it's something really important, like an order, say you're at home and you don't use technology and you wouldn't be listening to this, but you just, whatever, you're not plugged in, someone would, if there was something bad happening, someone's going to knock at the door. That's a tactical. But I've always said to people with this type of thing is, don't just rely on the technology. Don't wait. If you look out the window and you see the flames and you feel threatened and you need to call 911, but if you want to evacuate your home, leave the area because it feels unsafe, then that's you want to keep that situational awareness. And I think all of you know that. I don't feel like I need to tell you that or say that. So The other part of this, and this is a difficult part, and this is what I'd like to bring Graham in for. We're going to have that 6 o'clock update, and Graham and Deborah, who are the EOC directors here, can talk a bit more about this. But let's talk for a moment about properties that have been impacted negatively. So there's a nice government term for you: impacted negatively, whatever that may look like. I'll let you fill in the blanks. Okay. What's the process? Oh, sorry, someone's saying call 51555. Yes, to report the fire, 555-5555 on your cell. Absolutely report it. Very good point. Again, why this chat is so useful, keeping me on track. Reporting it is one thing. Your safety is another thing. Calling 911 and then leaving. So excellent point. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Back to the properties. So you want to get an assessment of what's happening with your property. First of all, we've got people in the entire region, the entire country, and maybe in the world saying how many homes were affected, how many properties were damaged, and all that kind of thing. That comes later. In the initial phases of this, what will happen is if a homeowner has an issue with their property that's now been identified, they'll be contacted directly. And there's a couple of ways that can happen, but one of them is through Voyant Alert. So we can, for example, use Voyant Alert to look at the PIN and say that location, an issue, we want to talk to you and share that information with you. That's part of what that process might look like. So I think that's important. And then the overall number of, let's just say, for example, you've seen properties on YouTube or on some social media, and you'd probably say, let's do a ballpark of how many I've seen that are damaged, or you drove by it yourself. Those official numbers are only going to come from the regional district or anyone else, but it will be the regional district. In this case, of course, we're talking, I shouldn't say that, I should say the Regional Emergency Operations Center, because we're working with all the different areas impacted, but it will come from the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, when the numbers are all totaled. So if we said there were X number of properties, there's a lot that goes into actually, so that list, whatever that is, and whoever has it has to be verified. So you're not going to see any organization anywhere start guessing. But I'm saying to you, if you probably already know, I know of one home that was damaged that I can verify because my friend told me it was his, and he told me it's damaged. So I can say between him and I and his family that that's one. And he's a good guy, and he has a beautiful family, and they got out, which was probably, I can't even imagine how, sorry, I got a text from somebody. I can't even imagine how difficult that would be. And I'll stop there because there's too much sadness in the thought of somebody losing a house. Going back to my earlier thought on this whole thing is that we're trying to provide some hope by providing information, take away the stress by being clear and honest about what's happening. And that's exactly what we're doing. That's what I'm doing. And that's what I've been asked to keep doing. And I'll keep doing it unless somebody tells me to stop. Although I won't keep doing these long form updates, because at some point someone will have to come in here and say, you have to leave. But there is an operational period that we operate on. And I've done this before many times. I told you before about the idea of a long ultra marathon. You know how far it is going to be, you know how long it is, and you plan accordingly. So I'm getting near the end. We're not going to take a break and pause at some point because I've run enough. And I don't, toward the end of a race, you're kind of done. And someone's taking a photo of me. I can pose if you want. Just kidding. I want to stop for a moment and pause and be very clear that none of what has happened here on this live stream is about me. I am an information officer that has a role to play, and it is one role in hundreds. And this role won't happen if we don't have other people providing the information, providing the verification, and doing all the things they're doing, including the information section, being able to push the information out. If I was a one-person team, I wouldn't be able to do this, and I'd be sitting at a computer typing things out, preparing things out, and it's difficult. And I know for you, from the feedback I've got, getting the real-time information has been helpful. So someone was talking about a debrief afterwards. The debrief on any emergency event is pretty thorough. It's a pretty big deal. The debrief on pulling off a feed like this is not that thorough. I can write it down for you right now. Have proper software to be able to switch, which means instead of having just one camera, you can bring in other cameras and other guests. We'll get that for next time. not, and I don't mean next time an event, I mean just the next time we decide we're going to do a live stream to any extent, whether it's for something serious. That's one, having the staff. Not everybody wants to do what I do, and they don't have to do it. I've been doing this for years and years and years, and having somebody here who's a competent person who is comfortable sharing information is also good. And they don't have to be a broadcaster. They could be just a person who's an information officer who gets some information and comes on. And I've said to people, be yourself. If you're going to do this, be yourself. Don't try to be anything else. Don't try to be Peter Mansbridge, because we couldn't do that. None of us could do that. But be yourself, honest, authentic, read the information. Don't talk too fast like I do. That's not helpful. So I'm going to leave it there. We have a couple of things coming up today that are quite important. First of all, it's 12:31 right now, and our live stream is recording live at 12:31 on the 12th of August, which is a Wednesday. And I have a calendar that I should probably leave around because I keep forgetting what day it is, because it's kind of like one long day. There it is. So this is our operational rhythm is bottom of the hour, top of the hour. We'll provide an update because people maybe have a job to do or they're doing something else. I have heard from some people that maybe they're sitting their children in front of the computer to listen to this person that doesn't stop talking. Story time with Eric. And if I can help in any way, I'm happy to help. If you're, in all seriousness, if you're looking for something for your family to do and you live in this area and you're an evacuee, there's a couple places you can go, and one of them is to the Comfort Center, which is set up at one of the two high schools here in Penticton, and it is the it's Princess Margaret School. They've got lots going on. You can get a shower if you need to, apparently, and they've got some snacks. You can get out of the smoke, which I think is really, really important. And then I know a bunch of kids went to parkour the other day, like apparently a lot of kids parkour here in Penticton. What a great place. Good for all kids of all ages and adults, those who want to partake. And then, go to local businesses, the shopping mall. If you're in the area and you're up in wherever you are, Kelowna or whatever, it's a good time to start supporting those businesses. Not that you're stopped, but I really feel for businesses who are really reliant on that, the traffic of, from tourists, and then they're not getting that right now. So when we talk about recovery, that's a big part, is the economic recovery. How are we going to support those businesses going forward? So I feel like I'm bordering on like talk show here, and I should probably stick to the script. There's no script, but giving you key information that you need. At 6 o'clock, we're going to have, you can see the sign there. The regular updates, the key updates for us will be at 2 o'clock, us being the Emergency Operations Center, 2 o'clock and 6 o'clock. All of you have things to do. I know you're probably following the media if you're looking for information on this event, but knowing that if you're looking for live information, our goal is 2 o'clock and 6 o'clock. And then the information as well will always be on the website, any new information. If you feel like you're not getting information, it's because nothing has changed. And I know sometimes people would like to hear somebody say there's no new information. That's not always going to happen, but you can rely on the fact that if there's no information, it's quiet, status quo, nothing's changed. That's probably a good thing. Probably going to get some water. Okay, well, I guess with that, I really feel like I've covered a lot of things. I don't want to stretch the expectations here. Someone's asking if you're going to get some information from Peachland at 2 o'clock. What I would say is that if the District of Peachland or the Regional District of Central Okanagan, I know the people at RDCO, I haven't talked to them at all. I probably should have phoned. If they would like to share any information with me, I would be happy to pass it along. But I don't speak on behalf of that region, and it's inappropriate for me to be talking about other organizations. I mean, I could go on their website just like you could, but if they have anything that they specifically would like to share, I would highly encourage that. And I'm hesitant to bug them right now. I'm just getting a media inquiry here. It's a long one. Okay. I think I'll take a break because I've been talking a lot, and I'm going to read this media email. And I think I've said this many times before. I'll say it again. My job, I'm basically at my desk, where if I'm in the Emergency Operations Center, I'd be in here I'd be in the actual center itself, which is adjacent to my office, and I'd be doing a lot of the things that I'm doing while I'm talking. So sometimes I'm having to answer a text or do an interview, and on occasion I'm just going to stop the stream for a moment so that I can actually focus on some of these responses. And I feel like I've probably said a lot of the things we have to say, and we'll do a reset once again at 1 o'clock, and then focus on that other one at 2 o'clock. And I just realized there's a couple of online things I have to do, so I'm going to do that, and I'll talk to you shortly. Thanks. I'm going to test the audio to make sure that the mute is working. So I'm going to talk, and if you can just maybe let me know if it's actually off, because I really don't want to leave it on. Well, it's 1:14. Thank you very much for joining us here on the live stream. So let's do a quick introduction. I feel like each time I come back, I should probably reset on what we're doing, why we're here. My name is Eric Thompson, and I am an information officer with the Regional Emergency Operations Center, and the EOC, we call it, is operated by the Regional District of Okanagan, Similkameen, with partners like Summerland today. They're in here. We have partner agencies. RCMP are here, and we're working in conjunction with a lot of people around the area. Lots of people, including BC Wildfire. So this live stream, if you haven't joined us before, is here to provide the best possible accurate information we can. When I say best possible, I mean whatever's available. You've probably seen before where I'll just, if someone asks a question, if I can get the information, I'll share it with you. As long as it's verified. That's why a stream like this you don't see too often, because it's difficult on the fly to be talking and not get yourself into a situation where you maybe said something you shouldn't because you've committed to something that's not going to happen. I did say on the air, and Chelsea from Castanet asked me about it. I did say that my plan is, if it's safe to do so, I can go downtown Summerland tomorrow with an escort. BC Wildfire, the representative from the information section, said it'll work. And the reason I'm doing that, I don't want anyone to think, well, why are you getting access? I'm part of the Emergency Operations Center. I'm trained. I will be with a professional who will keep an eye on me. I've got my PPE, as they say, I'll show you the safety vest. And what I'll do is I will take, likely take a little camera like this, the Osmo, which oddly enough is recording right now. And what I wanted to do was just go downtown in the town that I live in, the District of Summerland, and talk about, just show you the downtown and say, it's safe. This is what's happening here right now. Talk a little bit about what we've been doing with the temporary access permits, and a bit about the process, and then show a little bit of the visuals of just that downtown. I'm not going to show private property and get into anything like that, but I'll try and make that available to the media, because I know that they would really like to get that. So that's a bit of an insight, I guess I should say, into what we're doing. I'm sorry, I'm stepping out of the screen. I got to put my vest back. And then that's not really important, because that's just me being honest about what I'm trying to do. So we're giving you a bit of an operational update, so you know what you can expect. But more importantly, right now, here's what the day looks like here at the RDOS. So at 2 o'clock, we'll provide another briefing. We're really trying to stay to the top and bottom of the hour, similar to a newscast, which I think we're all used to. It's just a good time for anyone who's just at home watching, you've maybe left the live feed on. I've heard that we've got people on the coast who are looking for information. A lot of times I'm just going to reiterate the things that we've been talking about, try and keep that information going. Anything new, fact check it, verify it, make sure it's accurate. The worst thing I think during an emergency you can do is provide information that isn't accurate, and then it confuses people. And that's where this live stream has been extremely effective. If we're hearing misinformation, we can correct it. We had heard that there might have been or was some sort of a scam going on where people were phoning evacuees and asking for funds, and that's just not on. So we'll invite you to make sure that you check that first and report it. And don't give out your credit card, of course. Excuse me. So the temporary access permits are certainly on a lot of people's minds. The fire, BC Wildfire, if you go to the website, bcwildfire.ca, you'll see the regular updates. You'll see the map, and that the boundary zone will be updated as that information becomes available. And then there's a text list as well, which is the daily briefing on what's going on with the fire. You'll also see, if you look, maybe I'll share screen for just a moment. If you look at the map of British Columbia right now, you can see a lot of activity in the south, and that's that reminder for everyone about the backcountry, the recreation restriction right now for any kind of vehicles that could cause a fire. There's a restriction there, but just in general, be very careful if you're in the backcountry. If you don't need to be there, don't. A lot of people might go for a trail run, and any activity that's not going to contribute to possibly starting a fire, because we can't have any more person-caused fires in this province. It's just not, it takes up too many resources and causes a lot of problems, as you know, and it's just, people need to be a little bit more responsible if they're out there, and just be really aware of their behavior, and would just be really helpful. So I guess right now, the feedback I'm getting, a lot of the focus for people is not just on that temporary access, and for many reasons, they need, people have asked for temporary access, but also staged reentry. What does that look like, and when can we get information on it? Graham Statt, who is the director here at the EOC, is going to join us at 6 o'clock along with Deborah Jones Middleton. We may have a surprise guest. No, I don't mean surprise, but I may have somebody else if there's someone else who happens to be with us here. But those two directors will provide some information, the latest information. I want to ask them a bit more about that reentry process. It's a staged process and what it looks like. And we all know right now from looking at the map that there are some areas that look like they're not impacted by this wildfire, and the other elements that go with it. When it all comes together, there's a plan in place. Plans go in place all the time. As you have to evacuate a community, you start your reentry planning. But there are a lot of steps involved. And even if there's no current threats from the wildfire, other things have to be 100% for people's safety. Trees down, lines down, anything like that, water, potable water, that kind of thing. The other big part of what's happening today is that there's a crew at the landfill, and they've been out there. They may be out there still now, but they were looking at a fire that was at the landfill and then checking the adjacent water plant for Summerland. I know that in the regional district of Okanagan, Similkameen, out in Falder, many of you have probably driven by a water treatment plant and pump house. So knowing the status of that, I don't have details on it, but that's important as well. And then, if we go around this region, if we talk about Peachland, people have asked about Peachland. It's not within the regional district of Okanagan, Similkameen. That's where I work, and that's part of our regional emergency operations center. Certainly, we work collaboratively with other boundaries, other regional districts and municipalities, but I can't speak on their behalf. I have invited them if anybody would like to share any information, but we don't necessarily need them to do that because they do have their own channels. RDCO, I've actually learned a lot from them over the years and their communications team. They do excellent work, and you can go to their website and you can get more information. Follow them on social media. If you need to, just make a phone call, ask them what you're looking for. And this live stream, not everybody's going to do a live stream. I think it's been an interesting exercise. I'm sure after the fact we'll debrief on is this the right way to share information? We're getting good feedback that is. How can we do it better? How can we make sure that there's no issues? Because this is great until, if it doesn't work or causes problems, we hope it won't. How can we make it better? How can we use technology to be able to bring in interviews and other people? I think, we're not trying to compete with the news. I think from what the feedback I've gotten, it can help the media. They have their part. They have reporters out in the field. They're looking at some challenging stories that we're trying to provide answers to. So if somebody says evacuees had to wait for a long period of time, that's interesting. I shouldn't say that's interesting. That information is important. Interesting to the public to say, well, why is that? What's what's not working? So I wouldn't get into the policy or anything like that. But what I might say is, well, the RDOS, the Emergency Operations Center, is tasked with helping implement this EOC or the ESS program with volunteers. So what needs to happen to make it work better? And one of the things is to have more volunteers come in, and that's happened. We brought in more volunteers. I had a chance earlier today to speak with ESS director and excellent information, just a really, really helpful resource. And basically what I was told is that if you're looking for emergency support services help, there are more people available now to help you because these extra volunteers are coming in. And excuse me for just 1 second. I'm going to actually stop sharing because sometimes I'm just going to grab my other notebook here. So when we do the after action review, committing resources to something like what I'm doing, this would not happen if two things weren't in place. One is that we have a team in the information section doing really, really important work to gather information, verify it, and then push it out through the different channels, including the RDOS website. And then of course, everybody in here that's contributing to that. So our section would go to another section, verify information, find out what some of the key concerns are. We're hearing from the call center. We're hearing from the RDOS front desk because they're getting some phone calls. But if you do want to phone in, we invite you to call the number behind me, 4225. But The other part of it for me that makes this possible is that my family is safe and comfortable. And if that didn't happen, just like any of us who are working in here, we wouldn't be able to be doing what we're doing, including first responders and volunteers. So that's really important. For those of you who might be watching in the reception center, I really want to tell you that people are thinking about you all the time, and not just us, not just first responders, not volunteers, not just them, but everybody. There are people you probably have heard from your friends and family across the country. I can't tell you how many texts. I don't have a lot of friends, but I've got some and former colleagues who are contacting me and just saying, we're seeing what's going on. We feel so bad for your community, but we want you to know we're here and we're thinking about you. And that means a lot. I think in a time of need, that really does mean a lot for people. So with the Emergency Support Services Program, it's known as ESS. If you're looking to renew your support, remember you can make a phone call. The number is on the website. You'll have that number likely if you've received some supports. And then also the rec center, or excuse me, the reception center, I should say. That's at the Penticton Trade and Convention Center. That's where you can go for some support if you need to have a little bit of help working out the details on that. And because we have more volunteers, that means that there are more people available to help with some one-on-one and just maybe just have a quick chat with you and talk about your situation and maybe provide some moral support. I'm going to take just a pause here to get some more water, and seems to be busy here. 126. Just keep monitoring our chat here, and I don't see anything at the moment. Anything new? The situation with a wildfire like this that many of you probably know is that there's a period of time where it's just big and it's moving, and the sense I'm getting now is that I think I'd like to think BC. I shouldn't even say that. I don't want to speak on behalf of BC Wildfire, but wind-wise, we haven't had a big wind event, and if we get through today, just from what I've seen, what I've heard before, it's always about the wind, and that's one of the factors. Again, I can't speak about the fire, so I should probably stop now. But just simply, let's watch what the weather's like for today, and we'll all hope for the best. We'll just leave it at that. If you are looking for any information about this wildfire and you feel you're not getting it, often what'll happen is you have a question, and for example, say it's about the temporary access pass. I believe the information is pretty straightforward that you have to fill out the permit. If you are not eligible, if you're denied because whatever that reason may be, the plan is to try to get you an email quickly to say that's not that, we can't do that, or it won't happen. I don't want to speak for the operations section, but there are hundreds of applications coming in. So it's going to take some time, and I appreciate the frustration. Where the feedback from people versus the anger can help. Feedback can help speed up the situation if you think that you have a solution to how do we manage that. And I've heard that a lot of people want to volunteer. I should address that. Right now, when you're in the middle of an operation like this, to integrate volunteers into an operation can be challenging. So trust that if a call for volunteers or help is out there, we'll let you know. On the RDOS website, rdos.bc.ca, there is a section for volunteering and for donations. I would recommend that you keep in mind that some of the people who are on evacuation order who may have had some damage or loss at their property, they'll likely need help going forward. Maybe they're rebuilding, maybe they need help finding a home. That kind of volunteer help going directly to someone that's impacted can really, really make a big difference. BC Wildfire Service, the RDOS, the Regional Emergency Operations Center is working closely with the BC Wildfire Service. And if any changes are implemented to the evacuation orders and alerts that are in place, that is the domain of the EOC. Recommendations made from BC Wildfire and others, and discussions locally within the partner group here with everybody that's working on it. And if there's a change, you'll know about it through Voyant Alert. And then, of course, we'll put it out through all the channels, including this live stream. So if you're not hearing any information, that's because there's been no change. The change from an alert to an order could happen at any time. And I found that out on Friday when there was no alert in place, because I'm assuming, I don't know specifically, I was in here, but that there was no alert at the time needed until conditions changed dramatically. And then a decision was made to put in an evacuation order for the entire community of Summerland. And that's when I had to leave and go with my family to get out of the area. The live stream that we created was created because of the size of this fire, the rapid growth, and the fact that there were people trapped. And it looked like it was a situation where we were going to need to get a lot of information and some very important information out in a very short period of time. When the fire broke out, of course, there were officials out in the field, RCMP and search and rescue, probably others who were helping out. So that's how the word got out. But then you follow up with an official evacuation order, and then you have to start sharing information. People want to know what's going on, what's impacted. So we've done our very best to share that in real time. I'm going to take a very short pause, and then I will come back here in just a moment and continue with our live stream. And we'll have a 1:30 update. So stand by. We'll fire up the live feed here at the Regional Emergency Operations Center. My name is Eric Thompson, and it's really nice to have you along with us. We've been spending the last several hours talking about some of the key issues that have been brought to our attention over the last little while and some of the projects that we've been working on here at the Regional Emergency Operations Center. People are asking about those temporary access passes and, of course, staged re-entry. Some of the more specific details on that, we'll be talking with Graham and Deborah. Full names are Graham Stat, and we also have Deborah Jones Middleton. So we'll bring them in a little bit later on, and they'll talk to us a little bit about how that project works or the process. And I can also make sure that throughout the afternoon we talk a bit more about that, give you some details. Just taking a quick breather there. I haven't been outside in the last little while, but we've had some pretty warm temperatures here, and certainly very, very smoky. So I'm just going to check our temperature and see what we've got. And oh, hi there. Did you want to come and say hi?
I did, yeah.
Special guest. This is great. I'll just step aside here and move out of the way and see if you want to. I don't know if you want to say a few words. Welcome to
sure. Yeah. Hi, everybody. David Eby, Premier. I'm here touring the regional district of Okanagan Similkameen Emergency Office, and there are a lot of people working super hard here. And I just came from the Emergency Response Center. The community pulling together has been so inspiring. A bunch of evacuees actually who are working here. I'm joined by Minister Green and local MLA Amelia Boltby, and just super grateful to all the staff and volunteers. I want to reassure everybody that's following along here to get information that everybody's working very hard to get you the information you need and to get you back home as soon as possible. And for those who have suffered some pretty catastrophic losses, we'll all be here working together in rebuilding. So thanks very much to the team's work, and great to be here. And Amelia and Kelly and I are glad to see what's happening here. Everybody pulling together, working together. That's what this province is all about. Thanks very much.
Thanks a lot for joining us. If you want to say anything, go ahead. But otherwise, we really appreciate you being here and talking to the staff, talking to the volunteers and first responders. I know it means a lot to them.
Absolutely. This it's an incredible effort by so many people, and honestly, seeing everybody working flat out and their only thought is, how do I help? It's really incredible and really inspiring. I'm just so grateful.
And MLA Boltby, thanks as well for coming. We really appreciate that focus. I think from other people on what's happening here, people really see that and feel that support.
Well, thank you so much, Eric. It's really inspiring to watch the community and all the regions around us all come together. And even in the most difficult of times, the silver lining is just watching the human spirit, everyone focusing on the positive and helping each other. And thank you for what you do, Eric. Your nonstop live streaming is incredible, and we're all in awe of your energy. Thank you.
Well, thanks for what you're doing. It really means a lot that you stopped by.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Thanks
very
very
much.
much.
See you in Victoria in the next few weeks, probably.
Okay, sounds good.
When I take a holiday. Okay, thank you so much. Well, it's nice to have guests here in the Emergency Operations Center. So we had, of course, Premier Eby and Minister Green and MLA Boltby, and we're more than happy to welcome them here. It's really nice when people come in and just say hi, when we can get an update directly live here. It's almost like a news conference, and I know there will be a media event a little bit later on in Penticton to get some more words or hear a bit more from the Premier, likely from Minister Green as well, and MLA Boltby. So thanks a lot to them. Earlier, we were talking a little bit about what's happening with the staged re-entry. I won't get into a lot of the details on that right now because I've spoken a lot about it. We'll have more at 6 o'clock with Graham Stat. And that staged re-entry is part of the planning process that goes in when any area is under an evacuation order. You really have to look at how are you going to get people in safely. The fact that the fire is still active in some areas is a big determinant. But then in those areas where it's not as prevalent with the fire, where it's not encroaching and there's no danger, then you can start saying, well, how can we get people in? And certainly looking at water services and power. We have heard, the last I heard was there was 90% power in Summerland. That's a few days old for me, so that could be old information. And we'll just see what's happening. And you know what? I forgot to turn off the comments because I knew there was going to be some people that might want to do that. As soon as I saw that the Premier was going to come and say hi. The Premier is not a distraction. Myself personally, I know that when I see elected officials such as our Premier, the Minister, the MLA coming to this area, what they're doing is they're helping with the solution to these problems and these challenges. And no, it's not always going to be perfect, but when they come in and talk to us and talk to my fellow workers out here, the staff, and then the volunteers, it means a lot. It says Victoria's here. They are supporting the effort, and that it's important enough for them to come. That's not a distraction, not at all. I know that Premier Eby was at the reception center and I had a chance to talk to volunteers. I wasn't there. I don't know exactly what happened, but that was when people come to town to visit and they're able to talk to people who are affected. I think that's really important. So a distraction, I'm a distraction. I'm here talking and there's a wildfire out there and people are doing things. I'm trying to give you information. Premier of British Columbia just dropped by to talk to you on a live stream, a website, YouTube, social media that's reaching people, and media will pick it up. And now you can hear from him. You can know that he cares. You can know that the minister cares, the MLA. I think that's important. I wouldn't call that what you referred to it as. So anyway, I won't focus on that. I want to focus on the positive. The fact that we had the premier of the province, a minister, and an MLA feel that this platform was important enough to be able to talk to people directly says a lot about what we can do with communication going forward. When we have misinformation during an emergency, we can clarify it. When people don't have the information they need, we can give them honest answers in real time, and then we can back it up with information on the website and information on social media and through media partners, like all the different media from not only this area, but from around the country, who are spending a lot of their time. Yeah, that's funny. So we've got a live stream and we've got a chat, and someone said I should have ignored it and not brought it up. No, I want to address it. So I'm going to address comments that I know that somebody at home it could be thinking, but you're right. I won't focus on the negative. I'm going to focus on the positive. So going back to what I said, the way you can communicate during an emergency, there's a multitude of ways. And I think it's important that we talk about the technology, but remembering that if all of this technology goes down, those plans are in place with emergency operations centers and others to be able to communicate during an emergency. And there are radio volunteers, for example, that have a whole system in place. There are other methods to try and get that information out. I use the example of the Tulameen Fire Department, where they have a massive horn or siren on the top of their fire department. And the local people who live there know exactly what that's all about. They know that when that horn goes off and it doesn't stop, that means get to your stations, community members head the other direction. And what might happen is a fan out if they're able to do that, if the communication is available, because this is an area with no cell phone coverage. The fan out could be people who are accessing the internet through Starlink or some other system, contacting each other. It could be going to your neighbor's door and saying, this is what we're hearing. So it's really interesting to look at all the different ways that we can communicate during an emergency. In this particular case, news and information and updates is really important to helping take away some of the stress. We've had some really good feedback here where people have asked a question and I've been able to just stop the feed, walk over to one of my colleagues, ask a question, and get an answer. And I think that's really important. I think before the premier leaves, I think he's still here. I might have to go say hi. I don't feel like we said hi in an interview. It's not really a hi, but maybe I won't do that. Yeah, I won't do that. Why don't we do this? Why don't we go to the map one time real quick, and then I will take a break because I actually would like to get a drink of water. I've got some here, but I'm going to get a Gatorade or something like that. Just I need some electrolytes. I'm going to take a quick look at the current map that we have, the interactive map, and remind you that if you are, there's a lot of different people watching or maybe looking for information who possibly don't know what's going on in the area. Maybe they live outside of the area. And this is just a refresher to remind you that the interactive map that you can find through the RDOS website is really a good place to go to for that. So if we click on it here, you'll see that the area in red is showing the evacuation orders that are in place right now. And you can click on it, you can open it up, it gives you more information. There's all the different evacuation alerts that are on. There is an alert right now that is impacting, oh, actually, I shouldn't say that because I don't know what the latest is for the area around Peachland, but the Regional District of Central Okanagan Emergency Program, that's where you'll find information about that and other areas. With that, I'm going to take a short break and I'll come back at 2 o'clock with our 2 o'clock update. And then we'll be also really focused on that 6 o'clock update where we can bring in our directors to talk a bit more about the bigger picture of what the rest of today will look like and tomorrow as well. So we'll take a short pause and I'll be right back. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome to the 2 o'clock update here on the, I don't really have a name for this. I probably should come up with a name. It's the EOC update. I can tell you that much. And that's, I think, what the graphic card that I put up says. No, the other one did. We'll just call it an EOC update from the Regional Emergency Operations Center. I'm Eric Thompson. And for the next little while, I'll be sharing a little bit of information with you. And I thought we'd start off by saying, hey, did I tell you the Premier stopped by the live stream? That was kind of neat. We also had Minister Green and we had MLA Volpe, so that was kind of neat. Really interesting to see with an incident like this, how many resources go into it. And when you have the Premier visit and others, you can tell that it's a pretty serious situation, and having that support and having somebody come to talk to volunteers and people who are involved in the response, I think it goes a long way. I think it means a lot, and it means a lot for local elected officials as well. We have local mayors and electoral area directors, the chair of the regional district, Chief Gabriel, and others who are constantly working on behalf of residents and involved with their communities to make sure that all the resources that need to be there are there and being updated so that citizens, residents, property owners, even visitors have an idea of what's happening. There are a number of different issues that people will be interested in knowing about. And throughout the morning and afternoon, we've been talking about the temporary access passes. And I probably should really mention that it's so important that that's meant for really right now for critical needs, because the process of working on this staged reentry is underway. It's not as though everybody who wants one, because I've mentioned before, I have trees that I'd like to go see and water, but I'm not going to ask for a temporary access pass for that. But for critical needs, you know, people have to ask for it. But it's really important, if you really don't need to go into the area, then please try not to participate in that request if you don't need to. If you do put in a request and you're not able to go in for some reason, it's denied, please respect the process and understand that there are reasons and there's rationale, and let's be kind to each other and understand that there's a reason, and it's not it's not perfect, but the system works when we all work with it. I've got the map up right now, the interactive map that shows what's happening in this region as far as alerts and orders, and that really hasn't changed. For a little bit more background, you can go to the RDOS website. There's the photo we put up yesterday of downtown Summerland. We got that photo from the BC Wildfire Service, from their information team, and it was just something I thought would be really important to let people know what it looks like down there. People are asking about water in Summerland. That information isn't available right now that I know of. I will ask about it though, and thank you for bringing it up, but I don't believe there is an actual update on specifically what's happening with the water. I believe that is a work in progress as far as the assessments and that type of thing. I really can't say too much more about that, but again, I will ask Graham Stat, the Emergency Operations Center, the director, and also he's the CEO of Summerland, the Chief Administrative Officer. So we'll see if there's anything else we can find on that. And throughout the afternoon, when I step out, I'll ask as well. I'm going to go back to our main page on the website. So this is the RDOS website, and it is actually going to change for those of you who live in the regional district or anyone who wants to access the page. We've been working on it for quite a long time. But there are some back-end things we're working on to make sure all the finance parts work, where you can pay online. And so it'll be a new website. It looks slightly different, but that's coming a little bit later on, later in August or early September. But anyway, if we go to Hot Topics, on Hot Topics, you're going to find the most recent information. So any of those alerts and orders that were put in place, you're going to find those there. Over here on the right, you're going to find the latest updates, information about the general local elections, and then you can see the other items that are in there. Let's take a moment and go to the EOC page, the Emergency Operations Center page. And what we've set up here, this is what the communications team has been working on. Got an older website, so it's not super fancy, but it's functional. And the idea is to have everything in one place. So if you're looking for things, you don't have to search around, things that you're going to probably need right away. And one of them, of course, for a lot of people is going to be the BC Wildfire website. And then, of course, the Hot Topics is really important for where we were earlier, that has the latest information releases, EOC updates, alerts, orders, that type of thing. And the interactive map is really the one place to find those alerts and orders. When you click on that map, you'll see what's in place right now, and you just click on that area to see if your property's involved, and just get a confirmation. If anything changes, that map will change. So if there's a rescind, for example, and a rescind would be if there's an order area, it might change back to an alert. When it is on alert, alert still means you need to get ready that the conditions could change. And then if it goes then to a rescind, it would be green, and you know that it's safe to go back. We're not at that point yet, and we're looking forward to that point. It's going to be really nice when that happens. We've got District of Summerland updates as well, but most of the information from the District of Summerland will be posted on this website. We're really trying to consolidate our efforts, and as you know, the staff from Summerland are not in Summerland. They're working out of the Regional District building. There's some City of Penticton updates as well, and then we've got Central Okanagan on there. And I've been moving at a pretty quick pace here and trying to juggle a lot of information, so I haven't taken the time to talk about that link, but I think it's important you know it's there. And interestingly enough, this website, when I started working here quite a while back in 2018, I was in the Emergency Operations Center, first of all as a contractor, working on, it's really interesting, if I can just go on a side note here, I was asked to come in, I was independently employed, so to speak. After I left the media business, I started a company doing communications and video work, and I was asked to create an Emergency Operations Center website for the RDOS, and I designed it on this one here because I thought it was really effective. So what we're doing with ours is we're going to combine the emergency one with the main website, but you'd basically go to one website, click on it, and then go to the emergency page. But yeah, this is a great website. It's functional, and it gives you all the information you need, including the notifications for people who live within the Regional District of Central Okanagan, and again, a Regional Emergency Operations Center. I'm going to stop sharing for now, and I'll give you just a moment. If there's any questions that you have, I'll try and answer them, but then I'm going to take a bit of a break. And I won't be doing a 3 o'clock update today because I'm going to go to the media event with the Premier, and I'd like to, I'd like to head over there and participate in that, and talk to some of the people who are visiting, and speak with some of the media as well. But just more, just to be at that, it's always interesting to hear directly what the Premier has to say. There'll be a few thoughts on the tour today, I'm sure, and then of course Minister Green is there, MLA both being local elected officials, and I can really feel for people who are in a leadership position, an elected leadership position, because it's a tricky place to be, because people are looking for answers, and they're asking staff, but ultimately they're looking to the elected officials. How can we make things better? What can we do? And as an emergency professional, when I'm in the Emergency Operations Center, I always try to focus on, well, there's lots we can all do. Personal preparedness and responsibility is really at the heart of all of it. And I've learned with some very good people, as I mentioned, when I first started in the Emergency Operations Center, working with Paul Edmonds, who many of you probably know who live in the area, with Red Dragon, it's his consulting company. He's an emergency professional who is focused on recovery and preparedness and planning, and also doing after action reviews. Facilitating an event like this is big. It's a multi-agency event, so there's a lot of people that Paul works with who are professionals who will come in and talk to everybody. They'll talk to the community as well and say, well, what worked well, what can we improve on, and what do we need for next time? How can we keep learning from what we're doing? And the reason I mentioned earlier that when I first came in here, I was asked to come in for a couple of weeks to focus on video. And at that time, it was going to be using Facebook. You know, the one thing we didn't do was Facebook videos. We ended up doing a lot of other things, but we started those 1 hour briefings where we sit in the boardroom and we bring people in and we talk a little bit about, someone says I should have some tea. I'll get some tea. Thank you. So we would have a 1 hour briefing where we'd bring people in, and we'd have on the screen, and then we'd have them in person, and we'd do a briefing, and it was 1 hour or so, and then we were done. We didn't really have the opportunity to do this. So that was 2018. And now here we are at 2026, and YouTube technology has been around a long time. Live streaming has been around a long time. But in order to use it well and use it right, we have to practice and workshop it. And I'd like to think that what we've done here today, and I mean collectively, all of you making comments, and when I say making comments, I mean talking, providing notes, We workshopped some of the technology, which was amazing when I didn't know how to share screen because I had never done that. I hadn't had to use it. Yeah, I was able to learn what I needed to know. But I know now that there's some great streaming technology, which I knew about, but we need a switcher so we can bring in some guests and make it more multimedia. But we're workshopping it. So the next person that does this will have a bit more information. I'm happy to talk to them and provide some feedback. I'm going to stop talking now because when someone says I should get some tea, that makes me think I probably sound like I should stop talking. I really want to thank all of you for your feedback in the chat. It's been really helpful because your questions are questions a lot of people have, and the answers that you need are answers we need to get, and we're working our very best to do that. Remember, our 6 o'clock update will be a good update for the latest on what's going on today and what the operational picture looks like for tomorrow. We'll take a short break, so I will likely not be here for the 3 o'clock update, but I can tell you I will be back for the 4 o'clock update. In the meantime, I'm going to leave the chat open. We do have a moderator. I can ask you to just keep it on topic, and I know you're probably talking amongst yourselves, but I won't be able to answer questions because I won't be here. And then also, or you can just take a break. Maybe that's probably a good idea. I'll leave the map up so that you can see that. And then I'll leave my little sign here that my friend Jeremy suggested I make, and I've improved on the sign, as you can see, with some time. And even though it says 2 o'clock, that one's already happened. We're in it right now. And then the hashtags, I don't know if you've seen the hashtags that are going around right now. Can you see that, both of those? I think you can. Oops. The hashtags, so a couple different groups in Summerland are trying to build some community spirit. So they've come up with Summerland stands for a lot of things, people standing together, and also Summerland Strong. We've heard that before from many different areas. When things happen, we've got to be strong, we've got to work together. So that's what we're doing. And I am happy to be part of it in a small way, working with our team here and able to use this platform to share information in real time and learn as well. So I'm going to take a short break, actually, until 4 o'clock, and I'll see you back here. Take care of yourselves.
Hello, everyone. It's Joanne Millar here. I'm an information officer with the RDOS, Regional Information Center, Emergency Operations Center. Just want to see if everybody can hear me and see me. I just wanted to give a brief update. I'm stepping in for Eric Thompson, who's been going nonstop trying to communicate with our community and keep you up to speed and up to date. And we so appreciate everything he's done to stay connected with our community. And I have a little message from him. He will be back on the live stream by 5 o'clock. He's currently at the city of Penticton for the media event where Premier Evie is speaking, and MLA Amelia Boltby and the Minister Kelly Green. She's the Minister of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness. So a lot is happening today, and he will have a lot to share with you. And he's really looking forward to coming back, and he will be here live by 5 p.m. So just in over 30 minutes. And in the meantime, he thought I could come and say hello to everybody and reintroduce myself. Again, I'm Joanne Millar, and I'm one of the information officers here at the Regional EOC Center. It's been very busy, and we're here for you. The work has been going on nonstop behind the scenes. And just want to connect briefly with everyone and let you know to stay tuned or tune back in by 5 p.m. and you'll see your very familiar face, Eric Thompson, back to greet you all. And I'm sure you might bring me in to talk a little bit too. So I'll just signing off temporarily and stay connected and look forward to some more updates for you. Thank you.
Hi there. I don't have my lights on, and I'm running off right away. I have to go to a meeting. I just got back from the Premier's press event or media event, and I've got a few thoughts from it that I can share with you. There's nothing that was breaking news, but it was interesting, and it was great that the Premier of this province dropped by to say hi to people in this community who are working hard, including volunteers. Stop by the Emergency Operations Center here as well. So we do want to thank the province for that, and the Premier, and of course Minister Green and MLA Boltby as well. I do have to go to this meeting right now, and it's part of my job here at the RDOS, and important that I attend. But I will endeavor to come back at least by 5 or just after 5 for an update. But then we also have the press or event, sorry, that we're doing the update at 6 o'clock. So we'll have that. I wanted to thank whoever dropped this off. It's WD40. I don't encourage you to drop anything off here, but that was really thoughtful because people have heard my door opening and it's squeaking, and I've been thinking I probably should get something. Yeah, so we'll talk a bit more at 6 about all the things that are going on and what the operational period looks like over the next little while. And then the Premier's media event that he held here in Penticton today, the information section is getting the link right now, and they'll put it on the RDOS website and Facebook page. And then when I'm back, I'll put it here in the chat, and I'll even see if they can do that as well. So in the meantime, maybe take a look and see what the Premier had to say, and I'll be back shortly. And thanks for your patience. Hello and welcome to the beginning of what will be the 6 o'clock update. I'm going to just say hi and let you know that I am here because you can see that I'm here. And I'm going to start right on time at 6 because I believe we do have people joining us for this 6 o'clock update. My name is Eric Thompson and I'm with the Regional Emergency Operations Center. And what we've been doing here, as you know, is doing regular updates. We're starting to stagger them out a bit more rather than being on all day long because that is challenging. And as you know, I've talked a lot about the fact that my job is to also be involved with communications in many other facets and not just here. So some of my colleagues will start cycling in here, and one of them is Joanne Millar and Kate Holowati as well. They'll be coming in to basically host some of those updates that we're going to do. So we might not have as much extended coverage, but I'll try and keep it going hopefully right through till Friday at least. And then I'm going to cycle out, which is how it works in what we're doing in the incident command system. And in just a moment, Deborah Jones Middleton is going to join us. She's one of the EOC directors here in the Regional Emergency Operations Center. And then a little bit later on, we'll bring in Graham Statt, who you've probably heard from. And you may have seen during the visit by the Premier coming into Penticton along with Minister Green and MLA Boatby. They toured the area today. So we'll get our 6 o'clock briefing started now, and then I'll bring in Deborah Jones Middleton. Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is the Regional Emergency Operations Center, and this is our live stream that we've been running since late or into the evening on Friday, August 7th, as this wildfire, the Bald Range wildfire, broke out. And for those of you who may be joining us for the first time, that fire moved quickly. And the reason we started on live streaming, started on YouTube, is because it looked very serious. And as you know, it is serious still in some areas. And there were people trapped and it was moving quickly. So to get information out in the fastest possible way we could, we decided to try this out, which is live streaming. I was just at the media event for the Premier, and I'm happy to say that a lot of people that we spoke with in the media provided some really nice feedback on the fact that we're able to get information out so quickly, not only to you if you're impacted by the wildfire or you're just interested to know what's going on because maybe you have family in the area, but what the feedback I got was it's helpful for the media because then they know what the latest information is and they can verify facts and information. And when they don't know, they can call or they can watch and ask a question in the chat, and that really helps out a lot. I know some of you might have some some questions in the chat, and maybe we can just hold off for just a moment while we do an update with Deborah Jones Middleton, and then we'll get to some questions and try and answer those for you. As you can well imagine, there are a lot of moving parts with a major wildfire like this, and there's a very large contingent of people working on it, both from BC Wildfire Service to all of the people who are working within and around and as part of this Regional Emergency Operations Center. So people are talking a bit about the fire right now, and I'd like to let you know that the latest fire information will come from BC Wildfire Service. So if you check the BC Wildfire Service website, and I'm going to remind you to go there, bcwildfire.ca, and you're going to get the update from BC Wildfire. You're going to see the map as well. And people are talking about where the fire is going and what it's doing. I can't speak to that because I'm not with BC Wildfire Service and I don't have that intelligence, that information. And when I say intelligence, I mean intel. I have some intelligence, but that's really important that they are the lead agency. They've got the data, the information that's going to confirm what you're looking for. So I'm looking at the website right now just to see what the latest size is of that wildfire. And I can see now from the website that it is mapped at 18,450 hectares. And I'm going to bring that up on the window here so you can see it. 18,400. Important that you check out that website for the latest information, any changes in that wildfire. If it impacts an evacuation alert or an evacuation order, you're going to find out about that right away. As soon as it's verified, what will happen is if there's a change in BC Wildfire, talks to their agencies they're working with, including the Emergency Operations Center, and they determine that an order or an alert or something has to change, even if it's changing to green. That'll come through Voyant Alert. So please do sign up for Voyant Alert if you haven't. You'll get it on your phone as a text, and it could possibly be a phone call or email as well. And remember, when this fire broke out, there's an emergency alert ready system the province uses. We wouldn't be using that. That's a different one. That's through the province for serious emergencies that are impacting a lot of people. Everyone know. Ours is different. It's unless, of course, it was a situation that was serious, like we had. We're hoping that's not going to be the case. But anyway, Voyant Alert. We'll have it on this channel here, and then we've also got, of course, our other channels that you can use. And I'm going to bring in Deborah Jones Middleton for a very quick update. And what we wanted to talk about right now was two things. One is a staged reentry, and in general terms, what that looks like. And more information will be rolled out as that plan continues to develop. And I can tell you right now that that's a complicated and a complex process. It's very important that people understand the number of different things you're talking about with a staged reentry. We're going to talk about that. And then what we'd like to do right now is bring Deborah in to talk a little bit about these temporary access permits that people have been getting and what that means. A temporary access permit is to get into the area. So stand by, folks. I'm going to ask, would you like to? Yeah, you can both jump in. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get out of the way, and I'm going to invite you both to, you can just say what you have to say, and I'll just be over here. Actually, I'm going to go over this side for now.
Okay.
So I should introduce you. Sorry, introduce yourself. Sorry.
I'm Deborah Jones Middleton. I'm the EOC director.
I'm EOC director as well, Graham's dad.
Yeah, we're here tonight to talk to you about some of the things that we've been working on today. We've been working with the Ministry of Transportation on the highway and the potential opening of the highway. We just want everybody to know when the highway opens, it will be a straight driving from point A to point B straight through the area. There will be roadblocks all along the area and security in place to ensure that no one is going off the highway and into the Summerland area or further beyond into electoral area F. Yeah, we're also working on and well into stage planning for stage re-entry for community. We're definitely, I'm going to let Graham talk about some of the things that we've put in place to assess each community and determine when and when that will happen.
Yeah, it will be a staged approach for a variety of reasons, but that staged approach has to be guided first and foremost by safety from a wildfire scenario. And so ultimately it's BC Wildfire that will guide us as to when they feel comfortable with any area. As we start to break the community in our mind into different areas and how that looks, there has to be a lot of things that are correctly in place before we can let people go back in. First of all, you're going to have to remove any debris. You're going to have to arrange any clearance. You're going to have to make sure in any area that they're safe just from an access and egress perspective. In some cases, we've had to restore power that had failed for a variety of different reasons. So we've been working throughout the community to restore power. Our crews are out there working diligently day and night, actually, with the assistance also of BC Hydro, Fortis, and Penticton to get power back in place. But the community piece, as we talk about what might be a first or a second piece as we re-enter, power has to be there. And I think all of us understand that. Water, we're going to need at least pressurized distributed water. And maybe that water is not going to be potable. Could be under a boil water, or it could be a do not consume. We're still learning a little bit more the extent of problems with our water distribution and affected by the fire. You might think of it as, well, we have a water treatment plant and there's a bunch of pipes and it all goes downhill, but there's water pumps that pump to pressurize things. Of course, the treatment facility as well, and all the complexity of that. And so various different areas are ultimately going to be dependent on our water. Is water present there? And what's the solution if we have a do not consume potentially in some of these areas? And then wastewater, although the wastewater treatment plant itself in Summerland is nowhere near a fire, really. The wastewater treatment plant itself has undergone some challenges. The challenge is those wastewater treatment plants everywhere really rely on bacteria to process material coming into that wastewater treatment facility. And with having to evacuate the entire community for a long time, food didn't make it to the bacteria. So what that does is a lot of the bacterial culture in that facility actually dies off. And it's also a reason why we want people back in the community as soon as possible to start feeding that bacteria, if you can follow what I'm saying there. But it's also why we need a staged approach, because if we overwhelm the bacteria that we're regrowing in real time as we stage the community, what can actually happen is the unwanted effect of potentially untreated material moving right through the system and into the lake, which nobody wants. So there's all these balance considerations. A lot of people are saying, you know, why don't we just fly these areas with the drone and get people pictures of what we're dealing with? We don't have permission to fly any drone. There's active air operations in play. And so we don't have those pictures ourselves. We don't have things we're hiding, nothing like that. We just don't know. But in the areas we've been given access on a special purpose for us, we've been able to do rapid damage assessments, which is a really important check mark as well, to make sure some of those structures are 100% A-OK before people come back.
So one of the things that we really strongly encourage the people who have been evacuated to sign up for Voyant Alert, because as each community is looked at, we want to call you in and let you know what is happening in your community and when you may be able to go back in. So it's really important that you sign up for Voyant Alert. You can do that at rdos.bc.ca.
Well, that's a really helpful update, and it reminds me and probably helps people understand that it's a complex operation. Planning has been underway. Lots of people, lots of agencies working to make this happen. And we're not making this up on the fly, because these are plans that have been put in place in many other communities. And as each community puts one in place, they get better and you learn more. And it sounds like the plan is underway, but it's a matter now of rolling it out. So the areas you're talking about are areas for a staged reentry where there is no more threat from the wildfire and you've been cleared by BC Wildfire. Is that right?
That's correct. And where all those other things we talk about, and there's many more, those highlighted ones we're feeling comfortable with, either that they're fully operational or we have workarounds.
Mm-hmm. You're really going to need a lot of cooperation from people when they go home, because if, for example, people go into one area, but another area adjacent or nearby is closed and still not open to people, you can't have people wandering into those neighborhoods, for example. So that's going to be important, right?
Yes, we will be staging security and blockades at any entries and exits from the area.
I'd like to talk about a sensitive topic here, and that is when you go into an area that is now under an evacuation order where maybe somebody has stayed behind, and you open the highway, but you don't open the neighborhood. You're only opening the highway, as you said, for travel through only access. What if someone stayed in that neighborhood and you see them on the side of the road or throughout the streets in that town? Someone drives or that section. What happens if they're not on their own private property?
So it is our understanding that our CMP are roaming the areas, and if someone is in an area and outside of their home, they could be picked up and arrested.
And have been.
There has
been arrests.
Yeah.
And that's simply to keep those neighborhoods safe from people basically walking around.
It's that the people protecting people from dangers. Obviously, there's some cases still unknown with debris, but I think what's also very important is RCMP's mandate to protect public property, and they are conducting patrols all over the community and making sure people can be confident that their property is safe.
Got a lot of, oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to emphasize that this planning that is being done is not just for the Summerland residents. This is also for Falder and electoral area F residents, Meadow Valley and Falder residents. So, and we will be again reaching out to you via Voyant Alert when we can safely talk about what has happened.
Just want to remind you to watch the, don't bump the desk too much. My tiny desk here is, so it's very sensitive. It's a stand-up desk, and it'll look like an earthquake.
Oh yeah, that's the last thing we need is an earthquake.
I just want to take a moment to say that I really appreciate that you give us the answers that you give us, because I think it is unique that we have this kind of opportunity to literally stand in an office and we just fire these questions at you. But you're also seeing questions from people in the chat, and they're moving by pretty quick. But if you have, because I'm on the side of the desk because of space, because it is the Tiny Desk live stream. If you're able to grab one of those questions or something that jumps out at you want to talk about, we don't have a lot of time tonight. That advanced planning that you talked about, we all not lost, but we spent a couple of hours today doing a lot of other projects that we were working on. There was also the Premier was in town. So all of us are always moving around doing things, and spending too much time in this room, it means that we're not doing that other work. And that's not a bad thing, because obviously we need to get information out. But part of the process isn't just live stream. And that's what I'm trying to emphasize is I'm going to go work with the team to make sure, with input from you and others, that we have a plan in place, that we're preparing materials like a re-entry package as well. So, for example, if someone goes home, a re-entry kit, which has to be laid out and really explained well, will provide what kind of information there.
It'll talk about some of the things that you need to do in your home to make sure you're safe in your home. Like, for example, cleaning your fridges and getting rid of food that has gone to waste, freezers, making sure you flush your system, your water system, running some tap water, running some bathtub water, flushing the toilets, that kind of thing. It will also give you information about where you're able to go and not go. Is there anything else that?
Well, no, go ahead.
Yeah.
I see some questions there. I think I can answer. One is, how did the rapid damage assessment and Trout Creek go? I haven't had a detailed briefing myself, but what I understand, it was extremely successful, and we're not seeing any damage really, in large part in Trout Creek. 2 structures. Again, as we talked about before, there's a large list of things we have to check that include utilities and other considerations, waste removal, all kinds of things before we can let people get back in. But the damage assessment came across well. The other question then there, how would people be notified in areas if there's loss? We still don't have knowledge of any particulars, because in a lot of these areas where there was serious damage, we haven't been able to do our rapid damage assessments, but the intent will be to notify owners of that.
Now, people have seen footage online where people, either when they were leaving during the wildfire, or some of them left the other days, or the day after rather, that doesn't constitute ground truthing from the regional district or from any emergency professionals.
That's correct.
And that's not a full assessment, basically.
I also see here some people asking about the temporary access permits. I appreciate that it feels like it's a slow process. We are working with BC Wildfire Service to speed the process up as best we can. But we do, it is based on urgency, a need to go in, and the safety is the number one thing that is determined by BC Wildfire Service, whether it is safe to go into an area.
And safety is not just the fire, but it's everything else that you mentioned.
There's people working all throughout the community, and so they have different equipment, etc., on the roads, and it could be very unsafe for people.
So when you're talking about re-entry, the staged re-entry, waste disposal, is there waste disposal available? Getting that re-entry package into people's hands, and maybe having some meetings to talk a bit more about that with specific neighborhoods or areas. Interior health comes into it as well, with a potential boiled water or whatever that looks like. Traffic as well. If you've got one neighborhood that's open because it's now safe, you're clearing them neighborhood by neighborhood or opening them. And then utilities, of course. Utilities is always quite interesting, because it's not cut and dry, but it sounds like any update on power and how much power has been restored. We did have a question about, can you tell us in a certain neighborhood how long the power was out? Is that kind of data available?
Yeah, we do have that data. And it'll be part of our reentry planning, and there'll also be guidance based on how long your power was out, what you need to do, with in terms of food and other things. The power's back on. I mean, we have had, we sometimes have put it on, and then there's a failure in another area by a widget that we didn't realize was damaged. Like, it's a changing thing, but at about 90% of Summerland now has the power back on.
I don't recall, you didn't talk about the landfill yet, I don't think. Have you talked about that yet? Did you want to talk about the landfill? I was talking today that we had a crew up there, and they're heading back there tomorrow, and they've got a specialist in there.
Okay. Yeah, so landfill is, so when it comes to fire, BC Wildfire, as per their name, their job is to put out wildfire. They do not do landfill fire or structure fire. So our structure fire specialists, our firemen from all over, but also our own detachment, are in there throughout the community, continuing to battle, but also at the landfill. And the landfill continues to be on fire. It's a going concern. They're making progress.
What about the buildings, the structures? Any word on that at the landfill?
So at the landfill, building and structures, last time and it could have changed from when I got my update, structures are still unaffected, like the scale and stuff like that.
So that's good news.
It's good news. The water treatment plant also, for people know, is a stone's throw from the landfill. But BC Wildfire says at this point, they're still comfortable with us being in there. And we have staff doing active operations in that water treatment plant while the landfill is burning nearby.
So you've just shared some information that's quite important, and I think people will wonder, why is that coming out now? And I think it's important to understand that because verification has to happen, when we're here on the live stream, what would normally happen is we would put it out in an information release and say we can now verify that this is information which will eventually end up being distributed that way, but we've now just heard it firsthand, and I think that's really important that you're able to share that in real time.
Yeah, you bet.
Okay. You've really covered a lot of ground today, and our focus going forward is 2 o'clock and 6 o'clock for updates. My plan is for Thursday and Friday to keep the live stream going, and then start to get to a more, what do you call it, the operational rhythm, I think, where we have just the regular updates at 2 and 6, where we have one of my colleagues potentially coming in, and one of you or one of our other senior leaders coming in to, or directors, to talk a bit about what's going on. But as we wrap up, any final thoughts that you wanted to share?
I'm seeing questions pop up still in terms of, and maybe Deb can talk about
Sure.
the ESS and progress and status and the rooms and what's happening, and have we done anything there?
Excellent.
Yeah, so there's been a lot of work done at the Emergency Support Services Reception Center. And we have a lot more volunteers in place that have come in from all over the province to support the process. We've done some training with new people in the community who want to participate and support the response. And we are moving people through at a better pace every day. And everybody is getting the services they need. I know some people are in a position where they need to renew their services. And if there are different ways that can happen. If you received auto deposit, you can actually phone into the province. And I'll get that phone number for Eric, and he can put it out in shortly. And you can phone into the province and get renewal automatically with them. If you received referrals, paper referrals, then you need to go back into the reception center and get set up, preferably for auto deposit. But if you can't do that, then you can get further referrals. So things are moving much better at the reception center every day, and they're working really diligently to make sure we make improvements as we move along.
The main helpline for the Emergency Support Services line is 1-800-387-4258. And once we wrap up, after our guests go back to their desks, I'll put it in the chat. It's 1-800-387-4258. And you can call that number, but you can also go back into the reception center itself. Do you know how late offhand the reception center is open? I think we'll get the hours out. We'll make sure we put that on the website for sure. And you can find out more if you are there in person, of course, about any other questions that you might have about emergency support services and renewals.
Yes. Okay. I could leave you with one more emphasis. Please, if you are an evacuee, sign up for Voyant Alert. This is the way we're going to connect with you directly. So please make sure you do that right away. If you need help and you're not sure how to sign up, phone the office, the Emergency Operations Center, and we'll get help for you.
250-490-4225. The number will be behind me there when I'm back in the desk here at the Tiny Desk live stream. 250-490-4225. And the other thing, if you for some reason don't have Voyant Alert, or you're not able to sign up, and you can do it online, either on your computer or phone, the other opportunity to find out about this information is going to be through the website, rdos.bc.ca. The challenge is that you won't be able to contact people specifically if it's in their area, for example, to say that you have to come back or whatever the situation is. So Voyant Alert is a really good option.
It is.
Any final thoughts from you, Deborah, before we wrap up with Graham?
I just want to again emphasize we're doing everything we can to support you during this very challenging time. And we know that as we go longer into this event, it's harder and harder for us. But for you to be out of your homes, we are doing everything we can to get you back home. And I know BC Wildfire Service is doing the same thing. Please take care, stay safe, and take care of yourself.
Before you go, can I put you on the spot here? The Premier was in town today.
Yes.
And when the Premier comes to town, along with the Minister and the local MLA, they're here to take, not just to say hi and thank people for their service, but what they're also doing is they're gathering information. And I know both of you had a chance to talk to the Premier. Graham, can you tell me what you shared with the Premier and what like the general message from this region to the Premier of this province?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, huge thanks that they come out, understanding that our government's supporting us. And a personal visit to the hardworking people at the Emergency Operations Center means a lot. One of the things we did relay also is a great thanks to the province for all the grant funding they had provided for fire smart activity in and around Summerland, much of which was conducted in conjunction with workers from the Penticton Indian Band. Somebody might say, oh, well, obviously Fire Smart didn't work. Look what happened. But as we get into things, from what I understand, I don't have the image or anything to show, but talking with people on the front lines that have fought these fires, we have examples we're going to be able to show of where literally Fire Smart probably saved entire portions of the community. That was a lot of grant money. It was a lot of work over a long period of time. And I think mitigation and also adaptation is really important through fire smart activity. And we requested that those sorts of funds continue for us and other communities elsewhere with fire risk on the interface that can continue to be managed.
I feel like I need to ask you another question on that, and to either one of you. And we should also mention that the Premier today also visited the Emergency Support Services Reception Center, and I believe the fire camp. Did they go to the fire camp?
No.
I don't know. I'm not sure. Well, we were there.
They were at the zone.
I was running the machine.
They went to the zone.
So, do you think that the Premier today learned something new about this area by coming here, or learned something new about how a major incident like this is managed? Because the Premier's been to probably a lot of different situations, and same with the Minister and MLA who was here as well, Boltby, who is from this neighborhood or area and knows a lot about it. But do you think the Premier maybe has some takeaways that will help others as well?
I felt that strongly after the meeting with the Premier, that he was walking away with some new perspectives on how to support community in the future.
Excellent. Well, you're both doing really good work along with a very large team of people. So I would like to just say thanks. We're all evacuees here too. So it's been some long days, but I think we're getting through it.
We have an amazing team here, and they're all working for you.
Okay, I'll let you head out here, and I'll step back in and wrap it up. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time. Okay, so that's our 6 o'clock update here on the 12th of August of 2026. And I can't tell you how much it makes me happy as a communications professional to be able to bring in the EOC directors and ask them some candid questions and get some real information. Now, there are a lot of other questions you probably have, and we'll be getting through some of those. People are talking about farmers, and I think that issue, I heard that during the Premier's remarks today, that supports for agricultural producers and farmers and the ability to get into their property during an emergency like this. And of course, with a wildfire, there's a whole bunch of factors, but that's where the process for the temporary access permits comes in. It's based on triage and based on critical need. A lot of things go into it, but I really think that it's important that we have candid conversations. If you feel there's something not working, let's be constructive. And if we've done anything by having a live stream that's gone on hour after hour, it's by saying, okay, if you have a concern, think about how you might talk to your friend or relative or cousin or somebody else, hopefully respectfully. You don't agree with something, ask a question. If you don't get the answer you like, nobody's trying to hide anything. That's important. And I've been very candid on these broadcasts. We had the Premier of the province come in today. We had a minister, and we had an MLA, because I think they have a level of trust that what we're doing here is sharing accurate, timely information. The Premier also spent time today talking to volunteers and hearing firsthand about what they're experiencing. And when you have that empathy to hear from people and know what the challenges are, I think it informs your decision making. And with that, I'm going to wrap up with just a couple of quick thoughts on what we're going to do over the next couple of days. And then I'm going to close this out at 6:30. And we'll be back again tomorrow morning. Won't commit to an exact time tomorrow, but I think it's probably going to be, we'll aim for about 8 o'clock. because I think this has been working really well. I can also tell you that tomorrow we'll have a couple of extra little things we're going to try and do, and that includes getting some footage out of Summerland, likely out of either downtown or somewhere else. But I just want you to know that, that your feedback is great, and the opportunity to share real-time information for me makes this whole process a little less stressful for me and for you as well, I hope. And stressful in the sense that if we're just relying on text and we're typing out an information release, this helps. For any of my communications colleagues who are watching, or anybody else who's living in an area saying, well, why, are we going to have a live stream? Are we doing live streams? We tried something different. We've workshopped it together, and we'll find ways to say, maybe there's another way to do this going forward, but being realistic of the fact that it's not easy to do this. Not everybody wants to be able to be live the whole time. And if it can go sideways when you're going to be live streaming from an emergency operations center. It's not easy. So please don't have unrealistic expectations. And I'll put myself out there right now to say that if any other municipality or regional district or First Nation wants to try this and they want to give me a call, I'll talk to them on the phone for hours and give them information. But I'll try and put all my thoughts together in a presentation. Because as it turns out, I'll be at the Building Resilient Communities Conference in Nanaimo in November, and my plan was to be presenting on video for emergencies, and now I have some content, so I have to change my slideshow from what I was going to be doing, which was going to be recorded interviews. I'll talk a bit about that with people, because in other ways that can also be extremely effective, a little less intense, and a way that it's more accessible for people, and will also provide some really good information. And then I will certainly, prior to that, make sure that information is available to other local governments. All you need to know right now, I think, well, you probably need a lot. I shouldn't say all you need to know. A couple of key contact numbers, or a phone number is 250-490-4225. That's the Regional Emergency Operations Center. We have a call center, and it gets busy. So if you don't have to call and you can find the information you need, please try to do that, because then it leaves that line open for people who are maybe a bit of a panic and really looking for some information they can't find. But the website for this entire region, so for information about evacuation alerts and orders, and for resources and that type of thing, you can go to the website rdos.bc.ca, and that includes information for the District of Summerland, with now almost 6,000 people, or 6,000 properties rather, on an evacuation order. Okay, I'm going to take a short, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to leave the live stream open just for the next half hour, just in case I haven't had a chance to check in with my colleagues. Just going to see if there's any other questions that they've been getting, or anything's changed that we might need to wrap up with before 7 o'clock. So I'm going to turn off for just a second and say, you know what, thank you to the Premier, to the Minister, and to MLA Boltby, because when I was in here broadcasting today, I have to tell you, I did know the Premier was coming in, or not coming in here, but that the Premier was coming into this region, as you probably all did, because the media was told about it for immediate availability. And then I learned short time before we had a guest here that the Premier was coming into this building to meet with people and talk to staff. So I had some heads up on that. I wasn't able to say anything, of course, because I think if you're out touring, you're not giving the specifics out, and maybe things change. So I didn't want to say anything, because it didn't really matter. If the Premier was over there, probably not something you want to hear about. But then the door opened, and in came the Premier and the Minister and MLA Boltby. So I thought that was great, that the Premier would trust me enough in this live stream environment to come in, have a chat, and talk to people. And I think it's a nice way to address the public. So I thought that was really, I'll use the word cool. I thought that was pretty cool that we were able to do that and provide that opportunity. And then if you haven't seen it yet, the Premier then went to a media availability, and there was a news conference, and local media and visiting media, national media were able to ask some questions, and that's online. And I believe my colleagues have posted that, and we can post it again later. So thanks a lot. I'll be back shortly with just a wrap up just before 7, unless anything changes. And then I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. And I'm going to make sure I get a good sleep tonight and keep hydrating, and spend some time with my family. All right, reason number 648, why this live stream can be helpful. Earlier, we were talking about ESS. If you want to register for ESS, but you have questions, you need to call the ESS number. That's really, really important. You don't want to contact the Regional District Emergency Operations Center line, the Regional Emergency Operations Center line, because that is for questions that you might have if you can't find what you're looking for on the website. So just to be clear, you want to sign up for ESS. If you haven't done so yet, Emergency Support Services, what you're going to want to do is go to ess.gov.bc, and I'm going to put that in the chat. And that's where, let's see if this is going to work here. There we go. The main phone number, you'll see it right there if you have questions, but you register online. And then if you need to, you can, if you for some reason don't want to register online, maybe you're having some problems or whatever that is, then go ahead and go right into the reception center. I'm going to check with my colleagues again just to double check the time, how late the reception center is open as far as dealing or working with the volunteers. And I'll leave this window open right now. I think that can be quite helpful. So there you go. That's ESS, Emergency Support Services. The reception center is located at the Penticton Trade and Convention Center. The volunteers there are really amazing people who spend a lot of time and a lot of hours talking to a lot of people and making life better for them. We've heard today, we heard from, I believe it was Minister Green, who said that the wait time is down to about a half an hour. So they're moving people through pretty quickly and people are getting a place to stay and the services that they need. I'm going to leave this here and I'll be back in just a minute, or well, before 7. Hi there. We're going to wrap up for the day. My name's Eric with the Regional Emergency Operations Center. I had the utilities email. That is for Summerland. Earlier, we had heard some information from Summerland, the District of Summerland, that they asked us to share, and that was about utility bills, and you won't have any late charges. They understand that there's some challenges right now, and they asked us to pass that information along. And I'm going to see if I have this note. I've got a lot of paper here, but basically, yeah, that was the gist of it. Was there would be no late charges. Anybody who's out on evacuation order, and also, I mean, the whole town basically is out on order, as you know, at the District of Summerland. So it was a note from the utilities people. We'll talk more about that in the morning. Just so you know, there will be no late fees for anything, and if you needed to get a hold of them for utilities. So I'm going to take that off for now. I mean, there's nothing you'll need for tonight because a lot of them, well, the District of Summerland people would be here. They're working here. So that was one thing. Apex is open, no alerts or orders, and Green Mountain Road is open. And I appreciate there's only a few people watching right now, but in the morning we'll do a reset and we'll share all the latest information we have. A lot of it's online. The Insurance Bureau of Canada was going to be on site at the reception center they will be until the end of the week. So that's the Insurance Bureau of Canada at the Penticton Trade and Convention Center. There through the end of the week, 9 to 6, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., which is the same hours as the reception center. Service Canada is also on site. They were scheduled to be there today. And make sure you check your airline if you're having anybody flying in because of the smoke that we're dealing with. And I'm going to leave that there. I wanted to end on kind of a light note today if I could. We'll wrap up. We're done the official part. We've been live streaming. So for all intents and purposes, other than, all the information and the challenges that people are facing, I think it's okay to take a moment at the end of the day to have a quick little chat. I don't really want people to drop things off here at the office or feel that they need to. I really think that I just want to keep it professional. So, but I can't stop when somebody does. And in this case, it was for operational purposes. And I think that's great. So the the door here, every time you'd open it, because people have to come and talk to me, pass me stuff while I'm online. So it used to not sound very good. Let's see what it sounds like now. So that's the door opening. Notice there's no squeaking. I just sprayed it extensively with this product because somebody dropped that off. So I think it was probably annoying them so much that they thought they better drop it off. And it says, we love your show. Thank you. I really appreciate that. We hope this squeak in your door, not your bones. And it's really hard to read your writing, but I think that's really nice. It's like Ian, Deb, Dean, a whole bunch of people. So thank you so much. I'll be right out there, people. So that's great. I do appreciate it, but please, again, don't drop things off. I think we got to keep it professional here. Something like that was, it's kind of fun, and I do appreciate it. So thank you. The other thing that I think is really neat is I've come up with a name. I thought, I could put it out there, but I don't want to make it a big deal. I want to just keep it kind of professional again. So what's really interesting for me is that this format we've created by accident not by accident, but I didn't know people would respond, and they have, which is nice. But I'm going to call it, the stand-up desk live stream, because you probably heard of the Tiny Desk concerts, which NPR hosts, and they are amazing. There's some great videos on there on NPR, and the Tiny Desk concert series. Lots of people have been on it. Many artists, and it's really neat. It's just a desk at NPR, and they set it up, and people play music, but more of an acoustic style. This is a stand-up desk that I have. I can't show you right now because I've got the webcam set up there, but the stand-up desk is really cool. So I figured I don't want to take their name, so stand-up desk. Oh, better not do that because I got stuff under there. But yeah, so the desk moves up and down, and whoa. So for the purposes of this presentation, I've used the stand-up desk. So it's the stand-up desk concert, and so I just wanted to mention that and tell you that, or share with you that on Thursday, we'll be back here again, looking at about 8 o'clock in the morning to start up the live stream. We'll keep going through the day right till 7 because we'll have another update. We're going to focus on the 2 o'clock, 6 o'clock, but throughout the day, if that's just possible on the hour. I'm hoping tomorrow we can try something a little different as well. And then likely Friday could be the wrap up of the all day long extended session of the live stream. And I want to be really clear that, you know, if we have a light moment here and there, it's part of what we all do to get through what we're going through, which is, for me, is being on evacuation order and knowing of friends and family who are facing some challenges, to say the least. So in amongst that, even people who are facing those challenges, I hope every once in a while they can have a good laugh and just keep it light. Yeah, so we'll wrap it up on Friday, and then what we'll do is through the weekend, we'll look at, and another challenge here too is that I've got a technical setup here that I've been working on pretty hard, and so to transfer that over to one of my coworkers, I've got to work on that, which I can, and certainly they're more than able to be able to host here, but it's just going to make sure we got the technical setup, and the other thing about this going forward, once we don't do the all-day live streams, is we'll focus on 2 and 6. But then what we can do too is if anything changes, you know, say we're rolling out a stage to re-entry or whatever that may be, there's no reason we can't go a little longer and ebb and flow, and we'll see where it goes. But thank you everybody for your great feedback, and thanks a lot for joining me today. And I want to say one final time to the Premier of British Columbia, who's likely not watching right now and is probably hopefully comfortably heading toward his home. Also Minister Green and MLA Boltby, thanks for coming in to the stand-up desk. I got to write that down. I can say it easily. The stand-up desk live stream. I really appreciate that the Premier of our province would take a moment to come into an office that has a live stream, and not just to come in and say hi. I think that's really cool, but to actually take a moment to talk to people, because there were people watching and it's recorded, but also to just. It was, you know, it was kind of free form, and I just started firing some questions at them, and they were really good about answering it. So I think that's great, and I really do appreciate that. And I think it adds something to what we're doing to know that the Premier would be of the opinion that it's okay to, we're not doing something that's kind of silly or anything, not that we ever were planning to, but he takes it seriously enough, and he has a good sense of humor. Stand up desk live stream, that's what we're going to call it. Write that down, and I will sign off. I'm going to go home and see my family, and I'll talk to you in the morning.